Good evening. Thanks. Seventh meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We'll start with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice President Lewis in English, and I will speak it in Spanish. I don't have my cheat sheet. Can you do it? By memory?
Juro fidelidad a la bandera
Thank you, Councilor Passan. All right. We do have a proclamation, a couple of proclamations tonight. And actually, we have 3 or more. So we'll start with Councilor Jones. Proclamation recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me get my mic set up here. I think we all came down late tonight. It was so unusual for us to actually come to a meeting, so thank you all for being here. So I do have a proclamation, and it reads, whereas April 2022 marks the official 21st anniversary of National Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and whereas sexual violence is a widespread, preventable public health problem in New Mexico, and whereas FBI data reflects New Mexico is ranked 7th in the country for most rape and sexual assault cases, and whereas nationally, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes, and whereas nationally, 1 in 8 female rape victims report their sexual assault occurred before the age of 10 years, and 1 in 4 male rape victims also report it occurred before the age of 10 years. And whereas children and adolescents who are members of marginalized communities are at an increased risk for sexual violence victimization, and whereas recent estimates put the cost of rape at $122,461 per victim, including medical costs, lost productivity, criminal justice activities, and other costs. And whereas in 2021, there were 895 sex crimes reported to the Albuquerque Police Department. And these statistics do not represent the true incidence and prevalence for multiple reasons, including that not all victims report the crime to law enforcement. And whereas for 49 years, the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico has provided 24-hour crisis services to sexual assault survivors, and in 2021 assisted 1,357 sexual assault survivors. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaim the month of April Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you. And I think we have someone here to speak to us this evening.
My name is Connie from Albuquerque Sane, and with me are, they're not standing up behind me, Kim Stark, Veronica, and Kayla from the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico. This work is really hard, and I just want to say thank you for the proclamation because it gives a wonderful positive spin to the work we do. Thank you for your support. City Hall will also be lit up in teal. We're putting teal lights everywhere. You all will be getting a teal light and a teal handband. We're like, paint the town teal. So you can see I'm in teal too. I love the teal mask. So thank you. That was the silly part, but for a serious subject. Excellent. Kim Stark is going to be the one to do that.
Yeah, my mistake on that because of the COVID restrictions. We cannot greet everyone personally, but thank you for coming, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Next is Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a proclamation recognizing Donate Life Month, and we have some special folks that are here with us tonight to accept this proclamation. I'll introduce you all if you'd like to come to the front here. Selena Espinoza from External Affairs Director. Ron Roybal, living donor who donated a kidney to his mother. Michaela Mabry, New Mexico Donor Services. Margie Revilla, whose son is waiting for a kidney. And then James Potter, who donated a kidney to his daughter. Thank you all. I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. I've had the privilege of doing this proclamation for about 8 years now, and very honored to tonight as well. Whereas one hero organ donor can save the lives of 8 people through the donation of organs and improve the lives of up to 75 people with eye and tissue donation. And whereas more than 107,000 patients continue to wait for life-saving organ transplants on the national wait list, including 706 New Mexicans. And whereas every day 20 people die on the list because of the shortage of organ donors, and every year 1 million people need a cornea or tissue transplants. Whereas New Mexicans can register to be donors regardless of their age or medical history. And whereas we honor all those who have given the extraordinary gift of life through living and deceased donation. And whereas we encourage every New Mexican to register as an organ and tissue donor on their driver's license or ID card at the Motor Vehicle Division or online at donatelifenewmexico.org and talk to their family about giving the gift of life. Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes April 2022 as Donate Life Month. Thank you all. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilor Lewis, for the proclamation, and city councilors for this proclamation. You're never too old to be a registered organ donor. You're never too sick to register as an organ donor. We leave that up to the doctors. Only 3 in 1,000 people will die in a way that makes donation possible. And one donor can save the lives of up to 8 people and help heal up to 75 more through tissue donation. So it's easy to do. Just go to registerme.org, or you can go to newmexicodonorservices.org to learn more. And we encourage everybody to register as an organ donor, especially this April.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilors Davis and Pena, you have a motion.
Hold on. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing more than 2 proclamations this evening. I believe we only have 1 additional.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Pena, and we'll call the vote on, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Excuse me.
Yes.
Still in Zoom mode. All opposed? And that passes unanimously. Councilors Pena and Davis.
I think you're starting, Counselor.
Thank you, ma'am. We want to welcome our friends from the Gathering of Nations again. Welcome back in person finally, and welcome you back to having your event live and in person this year. And so, as we have done in the past, we wanted to honor you and welcome the Gathering of Nations to Albuquerque. And
come on up.
Yeah, come on up while we're getting this together. I know you have some other guests here as well, and we appreciate that. Whereas the Gathering of Nations powwow came to Albuquerque unofficially in 1983 at the University of Albuquerque as a place where Native people could come together each year to celebrate and share their culture. And whereas from its humble beginnings, the Gathering of Nations is now considered to be the largest Native American cultural festival in North America and currently housed at Expo New Mexico, in parentheses in City Council District 6, at the State Fairgrounds. And whereas the event has grown to attract over 500 tribes from the United States and Canada and has become a destination for tens of thousands of visitors worldwide.
Whereas the economic impact the Gathering of the Nations brings to the city of Albuquerque on an annual basis does not go unrecognized, and whereas throughout the years, founder Derek Matthews, Lita Matthews, and their daughter Melanie Matthews have produced this event along with friends and volunteers as a labor of love and have dedicated their lives to honoring tribal traditions and teachings passed down through generations and to sharing this cultural experience with the larger public. And whereas the 39th Annual Gathering of Nations will commence on Thursday, April 28th, 2022, be it proclaimed, the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, the month of April shall be recognized as Gathering of Nations Month. Congratulations.
And before we have Mr. Matthews speak, we want to honor the council in our traditional way. And because of that, we're going to ask the public if they'll stand as we do an honor song for each of you as we get ready for our famous Archuleta dancers of New Mexico and our Black Eagle Drum Group, who are Grammy award-winning singers today for you. little ones a round of applause here in the city chambers. Give them a round of applause.
I want to start by thanking the Black Eagle singers, the dancers that are here. And as you can see, as it's always been said, that many of the dancers, you ask them, when did you start dancing? And they will say, when they learned to walk. And most of the dancers here can hardly remember, if they can at all, when they did not come and attend the Gathering of Nations any time in their life. And so it's very important. It's an event that is bigger than Albuquerque. It's bigger than New Mexico. It's bigger than all of us. We represent Indian country. We represent the life, the spirit, and with the Gathering of Nations being live again, it means that life is coming back. Our Pueblos soon will be dancing their dances again. The events, the powwows, the ceremonies all across North America will take place again this summer. So on behalf of Indian country, Dr. David here, and all of us, I want to say thank you to the entire City Council for supporting us. The three of us here, this is a lifelong job. It's something that we didn't take on as a job, but more as a love of life. And the support we get from the City Council, the city, and the communities of Albuquerque and New Mexico, it's really important to have that there because it benefits us all. It benefits our businesses in our town. The economic impact, which has been proven, has been phenomenal. Sometimes we're working so hard, we don't get a chance to look up to see the impact or the feelings that many of the people that are enjoying the event and taking home with them. So once again, I want to thank everyone, the City Council. I'd like to thank all the people here as well for being here tonight to witness this. I want to mention one other thing before I close, is that the Donate Life program here in New Mexico, for the last 11 years, we have honored them at the Gathering of Nations, honoring the Native American recipients as well as the donors. Lita here, almost 12 years ago, received a liver transplant from a Native American living donor. And on behalf of Lita, every year we sponsor a special contest. We bring all the people together and we honor them as we would at any other time. And so once again, in closing, don't want to take too much time. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Councilor David.
Mr. President, before they leave, I wonder if Mr. Matthews or Dr. Bearshield will introduce our special guest and just tell us where they come from or their tradition.
This is the champion dancer Archuleta family. They are from the, yeah, go ahead.
So the Archuleta family, this is Melanie.
Hey, Melanie, we should just let you do it.
The Archuleta family has been a part of the Gathering of Nations forever. And originally they are from Okeawinge Pueblo up in northern New Mexico. And so appreciative that they drove down this evening. And of course our drum group, Black Eagle Singers, led by Malcolm Yepa. They're from Jemez Pueblo and a 2-time Grammy winner. 1, 2, 4? 4 nominations, but they have a couple Grammys. So thank you.
Congrats and thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
Yes. Yes, thanks very much for that. Thanks for gracing us with your presence here tonight. All right. Next, we'll have a presentation from Director Shel Sanchez of the Arts and Cultural Department to provide an update regarding the city's library.
There's a test first. I know, that's what I'm thinking. Does it matter which one? Really, where's Diego when I need him? Okay, well, the computer's working. This is looking promising to me. Thank you, Councilor Benton. We'll just hope that the screen catches up with me. But in the meantime, I'll go ahead and get started because I'm going to take too much of your time. But I would like to say that our timing on this is great because this is actually National Library Week. So if you haven't visited your library in a while, I encourage you to maybe drop by. Several of you have several in your district, so maybe just drop by and give them a happy time. Do you want to hear? I'm the Director of Arts and Culture, not Technology. I just want to, you know. All right. Oh, ta-da. All right. I might be able to take it from here. Let's see. Okay. Right, so National Library Week, I think we covered that. It's a time to celebrate libraries. Also just remember what they bring to our community. And I just wanted to remind you of a few things that the public library is part of the Department of Arts and Culture, which not everybody knows. It's one of our 7 divisions. It's one of our largest and definitely one of the most popular. And there are 18 library branches across the city of Albuquerque, soon to be 19, with the International District Library opening in early summer. There's 140 staff members across all of the libraries and all of the services. The annual operating budget is $12.5 million. Plus the capital budget. A lot of that comes from the city budget, but also a lot of state capital outlay and other support from the state library. The public library was open 22 out of 24 months during the pandemic, and I think that's something that we're really proud of. We had to do a lot of different operations, and we changed operations many times, but we were open and people were using the library. We were also open 24/7 during that whole time because of our digital collection. So a very, very important resource. Just a few highlights over the past fiscal year. During the pandemic, the library welcomed more than 800,000 visitors in person. I think this is important because we kind of thought we were closed, but that was a lot less for us, but we were still pretty busy.
More than 2 million cardholders in Albuquerque accessed the library's digital collection, and 82,000 cardholders participated in online programs during the pandemic. And we are offering books in 14 languages, and our online material is available in 100 languages. So just a few amazing things about what we do every day. Just to update you on kind of comparing FY19 to FY20. In FY19, there were over 2 million visitors in person to the library, and in 2020, there was 1.5 million. Still pretty impressive during a pandemic when a lot of people are staying home. But there were 4.5 million loans in FY19 and 3.7 million loans even during the pandemic during FY20. So very proud of that work. Coming out of the pandemic, and one of the reasons I feel like we're here is that there were questions about the number of incidents and problems that there have been in some of our libraries. And I just wanted to say, like, this is a problem that we're facing across the country in libraries. Libraries as a low barrier space for entry, a place that's open to everyone, no cost, has a lot of people coming through the doors. And we've seen a lot of issues in all of our public spaces, and this is something that libraries are dealing with across the country. So it's not specific to our city. And then we also have a lot less of our positive programming, our in-house programming, our story times, the things that we were doing face-to-face that we've really cut back on because of the pandemic, because of public health orders. These things were not happening, and it really changes kind of who is in the library and how many people are in the library. And that did have an impact, as did public health orders throughout the pandemic. I did want to, I hope this is, I know you can't see these numbers exactly, and I'm happy to send them to you, but there were questions about the number of incidents at some of the libraries, especially those libraries along the transit routes, which are naturally our busiest libraries because they're on the transit routes, because they're along our busiest streets, and they're also, they're in some of the highest use neighborhoods. If you look at this graph, which I know is hard to see, especially for people at home, but this kind of takes us back to way before the pandemic, March 2019 to now. And you'll see that incidents went way down during the pandemic when we had a lot fewer people there. And we did have a peak at Central and Unser, and it's a pretty significant peak. That was like September, October, November. And since then, the number of incidents, and an incident is something that a library staff member feels like it's important to document and take note of. So it isn't necessarily something that will result in a phone call to ACS or to the police. It's just something that they feel like they need to document and share with either the branch manager or with the library director. If there's two lines here for Central and Unser, and the top line is all of the incidents, and the bottom line is incidents minus public health, enforcing public health orders. So that might be social distancing, that might be mask mandate issues. So you can see those drop off very much as soon as as those orders are gone. But the incidents at Central and Unser went down starting in January. They started going down in December, and they've stayed down since January, February, and now into March. These are incidents at Erna Ferguson. This is on San Mateo, so another really busy library. You can see actually Erna Ferguson had a lot more incidents before the pandemic, and you can kind of see that it's been up and down. Again, a lot of those incidents had to do with enforcing mask wearing and social distancing, and those are kind of continuing to come down, and they're at a kind of a normal rate for Erna Ferguson. Main library, again, this takes us all the way back to March 2019. You see kind of a regular number of incidents, and they've been coming down even now through, like last fall again was kind of a peak. So just a little more detail on what these incidents really are. Those are too small for me to read as well. To be young again. Okay. So if we look back at the total number of incidents in 2019 at Central and Unser, there were 42. In 2019 at Erna Ferguson, there were 33. And in 2019 at Maine, there were 81. 9 of those at Central and Unser required an EMS request, 3 at Erna Ferguson, and 20 at Maine. And then I think another thing that's really important, because we always decide, we think about APD responding a lot. In 2019, APD was only called out to respond 3 times at Central and Unser, and once at Erna Ferguson, and 5 times at Maine. And then, we could dig into all of this data, but 2020 kind of had the same general trends, except there were a lot less incidents at Maine. They went from 81 overall to 36. And then in 2021, there was a significant spike in overall incidents for Central and Unser at 129. And that really has to do with that pretty significant spike last fall. There were, at Central and Unser last year, there were 28 EMS requests, and 35 of the 129 were directly related to social distancing or mask mandates. There was 1 call that required APD. And then if we're looking at this year so far through March, this first quarter, there have been 18 incidents reported at Central and Unser, 7 at Erna Ferguson, and 18 at Maine. And that resulted in 1 call to APD at Central and Unser and 1 at Maine so far this year. There are a lot of things that we're doing at our libraries that we've always done at our libraries, and there are additional things that we're doing really to be proactive when it comes to public safety. These are very public spaces. Lots of different people are in these spaces. Our staff and city security are trained in de-escalation, and our staff is really good at dealing with a lot of different people with a lot of different needs in these spaces. And they're very talented at bringing down the conflict, at really resolving things before they become a problem in many situations. We've also been working additionally with the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. They've been making regular visits to the libraries on the transit route, and especially Central and Unser. They've responded to several calls in place of APD at Central and Unser, and so this is now part of kind of their regular route, and they're going out and providing services and connecting people with services regularly there. I think another thing to note at Central and Unser, when you see that kind of big spike last fall, we also have a new manager out there. Well, he's not new, but we have a different manager out there who's actually very experienced. He started out there in November. You see a big change in the number of incidents after he took over. I think that a lot has to do with how we're managing the space and how he's able to work with the staff to de-escalate situations. We also put a porta potty in the parking lot between the transit center and the library. That also solved a lot of problems as well. We did that in November. That was also incredibly helpful. Solid waste is out there regularly, making sure that there are no encampments on the property. So again, all the departments are working together to really make all of our spaces safe for everyone and inviting, and still making them the place they're supposed to be, which is open to our entire community. I mean, since I have the floor, I just want to remind people there's a lot of great things to do at the library. So, there's programs now. We're back to almost full programming. There's an online calendar. There's things happening at every single one of our 18 libraries multiple times per week for all ages. So please think about taking your kids, taking yourself, joining a book club, a movie club, checking out a ukulele. It's almost time for the Seed Library to be in full swing. There's really a lot of incredible resources. And and if you don't want to drive to a library, just get online and look at the digital resources. I always like to end with the words of somebody that's much smarter than me. So According to Albert Einstein, the only thing you absolutely need to know is the location of the library. So, thank you. I stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Director Sanchez. And we do have a question from Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Sanchez, I just wanted to say thank you. I called you early on. One of the first things that happened early on in the administration, or early on with my appointment, I ended up getting in here, and one of the first calls was to me in reference to what was going on at the library. And one of the things that impresses me right now is the fact that Ms. Sanchez brought in a graph, and she's showing us what is going on. I mean, this is a voluntary thing that each and every director should be doing. Is if there's an issue, if something's going on in their facility, and we actually reach out and contact them, or the citizens come out and contact them, these are the kinds of things that we should be seeing on a regular basis. It should be happening with everybody. Let's make our city better. And what I saw right here is a graph that shows where they were and the improvement that they have made. Everybody here knows that those are very, very good things to do. And so I'm extremely, extremely thankful that you came in here and that you volunteered and that you set up this graph, and you did an amazing job over at the Unser Library, which is in my district. And then not only that, you brought a graph in and you showed us the reductions and the progress that you're making throughout the city. That is what I like to see in reference to the directors and what's important to our city. What you're doing is you're listening to the public, you're listening to your employees, and you're letting city council and the public know what's going on in your area of expertise. And I honestly believe that that's transparency at its very best. And I also noted that you move staff, somebody that has the training and the experience to deal with certain situations. And I just want to give you an all-out shout-out and say thank you very, very much for what you did. Thank you.
Council President, if I may, I would love to bask in all of that amazingness, but I have to say, it's an amazing team. The library is led by Dean Smith, and I will point out I did have 140 librarians on staff, and so that's why we have so much good data. So yeah, I'm happy to bring it. I'm also happy to share, but libraries are very good at collecting and managing information, so I'm happy to share that on their behalf.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. And I think I may have started this discussion that brought you down here tonight, but thanks for, the transparency, the information. Probably that I, speaking to Dean or others, that I've been and was involved in the design of libraries most of my career, along with affordable housing was the love of my architectural career. But one thing I really, we always remember when we program those new spaces or remodel one of them is that it is all about that, the staff working together to create a secure environment for everyone. And also now that we are coming out of the pandemic, that everybody come down, because activity in the library is like activity in any public space. Come on down, enjoy your library. The more folks are there, the more comfortable you may feel with some of those folks who drop in off the street, and that's a factor, especially on the major transit routes, as you pointed out. But we have beautiful libraries, wonderful library system, city and the county, and we work together to provide these services, and they're so valuable. So thank you for your support of them, Director, and for everyone who works in the library system. Thanks. Okay, next we have a presentation from Kelsey Rader from Environmental Health regarding the Climate Action Plan. And this is for Councilor Feeblecorn.
All right, good evening, councilors. For those of you, can everyone hear me okay? All right. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kelsey Rader. I'm the Sustainability Officer for the City of Albuquerque, located in Environmental Health Department. I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about some updates on the Climate Action Plan implementation. So, of course, it's April. It's almost Earth Day, so it's time to start talking about these things all over again. And just about a year ago, the city updated its Climate Action Plan for the first time in about over 10 years. And I'm really happy to say that in addition to that Climate Action Plan release, the city has really made some amazing strides in sustainability. We are now the third highest city in the country for most solar installed per capita. And we're also listed as 31 out of over 100 large US cities for overall sustainability. And we're making some incredible progress even just this month. So just to kind of give a little bit of a recap on where we are with Climate Action Plan implementation, first, over this last year, we've made some incredible headway with a number of key projects. First, as I was mentioning, this very month we're going to be cutting the ribbon on Solar Direct, which is a utility-scale solar project that is going to be providing the city of Albuquerque 25 megawatts of renewable energy. So that's really exciting because at the point that we cut the ribbon on that project, we will be the 13th largest renewable energy user as a local government in the country. It will also be the third largest utility-scale project on tribal lands. So in addition to that, we've made some really incredible headway on energy efficiency. We've developed an energy savings performance contract and some possibilities to create some really significant savings on utility bills. In addition to that, we've made some really great progress in looking at how heat is impacting our city, specifically looking at heat mitigation, having a heat mapping campaign where residents were able to track what heat is looking like through our city and how we can begin to take measures to try and ensure that we are staying cool in summer months and folks aren't running utility bills higher than they need to be. In addition to that, we've also really done some really good work in hiring specialty staff that's going to help us continue to implement the Climate Action Plan going forward. We've expanded the Sustainability Office to 3 new positions. One of those is now filled, and 2 others will be joining us in the next month. And then we have departments who are also bringing on new specialty staff that are going to be really key in areas such as local food procurement, supporting community garden outreach, and then also making sure that Vision Zero is enacted and we're able to stay safe and people are able to utilize active transportation. So again, a lot of really great progress over the last year, and of course, looking forward, we're going to be able to capture a lot of that progress in the Climate Action Implementation Report, which will come out this summer, along with an updated Climate Action Dashboard, which will be able to showcase all the really great things that we're doing across different departments in sustainability and provide some real-life updates for you all. So with that, I'm going to just wrap real quickly and take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rader. I appreciate this update. I was a policy advisor on the original Climate Action Plan, and it was developed, and it was a really extensive group of people that came together and did a lot of work to develop this Climate Action Plan. So it's nice to hear that we are starting some implementation. One of the things that I've been asked the most often from folks that were involved in the Climate Action Plan originally is, will there be opportunities for those folks and other folks to get back involved and help with some of the education and outreach specifically around this plan? Can you speak to that for just quickly?
Thank you, Counselor. Absolutely. One of the initiatives that our new staff is going to be taking on is identifying how we can be able to implement community engagement meetings, potentially on a quarterly basis, to have those two-way discussions between city and community members to gauge what is most important to them. That was really a mainstay in developing Climate Action Plan, of making sure that community was directly involved in developing the policies and really the ultimate authors of the Climate Action Plan. So we certainly want to continue that in the spirit of the initial plan, and looking forward to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Rader. I appreciate the update. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Rader. All right, we'll move on now to, there is no economic development discussion tonight, so we'll move on to general public comment. And as was noted in a press release from our office Friday, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting is open to the public, and members of the public will be providing comments in person and virtually. Members of the public can address the council if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda on Friday. Here are the public comment ground rules, and we have to adjust these tonight due to the length of the agenda tonight. We're going to have a 1.5-minute time limit for the general public comments and on one or two of the agenda items tonight due to the number of people who have signed up. So each participant has up to 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. For those commenting in the chambers, again, 1.5-minute time limit. The light on the podium will be green. For the first minute, the light will turn yellow, indicating when you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments, and when your time is up, the light will turn red and a bell will ring to indicate that. Mr. Moya, please call the name of the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Sophia Sanchez, followed by Charles Powell.
And when you hear your name, come on down and you can kind of queue up. There's some seats behind the podium.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. My name is Sophia Sanchez, and I am District Director for Congresswoman Melanie Stansberry, proudly representing New Mexico Congressional District 1. As the City Council hears proposed changes to project labor agreements at the municipal level, Congresswoman Stansberry wishes to express her desire for all voices to engage in this important discussion in good faith. As a member of Congress, she would also like to draw the Council's attention to important federal policy regarding project labor agreements. On February 4th of this year, President Biden released executive order mandating federal agencies awarding for large-scale construction projects to agree to a project labor agreement with one or more labor organizations. The President, in his executive order, expressed that this order is intended to maximize the efficiency of large-scale construction projects, which often face delays due to the lack of a permanent construction workforce, stalled work due to labor and wage disputes, and friction between management and the workforce without available resolution mechanisms. In the city of Albuquerque, if the city of Albuquerque were to implement a large-scale construction project using federally dispersed funding, this project would be subject to a project labor agreement under President Biden's executive order. The Davis-Bacon Act, first passed in 1931, is a long-standing federal statute that requires contractors executing federally funded or assisted contracts more than $2,000 to pay the local prevailing wages. Importantly, this crucial federal statute is incorporated in the recently passed bipartisan infrastructure law, which will be sending over $3.7 billion to New Mexico for critical infrastructure improvement projects over the next 10 years. Both recent and longstanding federal policy integrates elements of project labor agreements. I look forward to the City Council's strong consideration of the voices of those most impacted by the decisions made by this body, and of how these decisions may affect the City of Albuquerque's eligibility for federal funding. I hope that you consider my office a resource for information on federal labor policies. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Of course, she sends her regrets she couldn't be here, but says hi.
Our next speaker is Charles Powell, followed by Ariana Hanna. Our next speaker will be Ariana Hanna, followed by Annie Hanna.
Mr. Moyer, would you help her with the microphone, please?
Dear members of the City Council, my name is Ariana and I'm 8 years old. There's a lot of community organizations who support Clean and Green. 350 New Mexico, 505 Indivisible, Burkind, Chispas Farm, Common Ground Community Trust, Conservation Carnival, Dreams in Action New Mexico, Global Warming Express, Heart and Soul, Indivisible Albuquerque, Cachette Dance and Center for the Arts, La Cueva High School Environmental Club, Land Witness Project, Little Green Bucket, Mom's Clean Air Force New Mexico, Native Plant Society of New Mexico, New Mexico Climate Justice, New Mexico Environmental Law Center, New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light, New Mexico Purge, New Mexico Recycling Coalition, No More Plastic Bags Albuquerque, PAPA Climate Crew, Prosperity Works, Progressive Democrats of America, Central New Mexico, Rio Grande Farmers Coalition, Samila Project, Sierra Club Rio Grande Chapter, Simple Revolution Farm, Southwest Native Cultures, South Solutions Composting, Tree School, UNM Leaders for Environmental Action and Foresight. Thank you.
We can let her continue. It's okay. Let her finish her list. Thank you. Mr. President, if I may, before our next speaker comes, what could I ask? Because I suspect our next speaker knows a little about the previous. How old was our previous speaker?
She's 8.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just want to point out how important these issues are, and I hope we all get a chance to listen. It means a lot that a lot of us that are a lot older than that don't have the courage to stand up and go talk about what we think is important in our city. And I really want to thank her for coming down today to do that late at night, after school, and everything else. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Hanna, followed by Adrian Hanna.
Dear members of the City Council, I support the UN treaty prohibiting the nuclear weapons, so I hope you consider that tonight. And I'm also asking you to keep clean and green. I want to bring to light the public and the councilors that much of the language in the repeal is direct talking points by the national organization called Bag the Ban. They recently rebranded, and now they are American Recyclable Plastic Bag Alliance. They are represented and paid for by the plastic bag industry. This group has put big money into overturning grassroots effort to curb plastic pollutions. For example, they just put $5.5 million into an ad campaign, and this is backed by Helix Poly, Superbag Corporations, and Formosa Plastics. So to repeat, this repeal uses language directly from the plastic bag industry. Councilors should be voting for what is best for Albuquerque and not what would push the most plastic bag sales for the plastic bag industry. It's really important that we're transparent about where our ordinances are coming from and if they're coming from national groups or from local concerns considering our Bosque and the Rio Grande. Thank you.
Folks, we have a lengthy agenda tonight. I'm going to ask for you to not applaud. It will extend the meeting greatly if we have applause after every speaker. We do appreciate our speakers, everyone who comes down here to speak, and know that you are appreciated, but we need to not have the applause after every speaker. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Our next speaker is Adrian Hanna, followed by Gaela Elwell.
Dear City Council members, hi, I'm Adrian. I oppose the repeal of Clean and Green. I came to this meeting with one question. Why are the councilors elected by the people not representing the people's wishes? 94% of the people who spoke at City Council meetings have opposed this repeal because they care for our community. Local small businesses have opposed this repeal because they care for the environment. Community organizations oppose this repeal because they don't want plastic pollution littering our bosque. I thought as representatives, your vote would represent the people. I thought your vote would reflect the local people, local businesses, and local environment. Instead of listening to us, the local community, it seems you listen to lobbyists paid by the plastic industry. We don't want outsiders to ruin Albuquerque for their own profit. The bags blow in our yards, get stuck in our cactuses, and float down our waterways. Why won't you listen to our concerns? You say that you want to tackle pollution by recycling, but in reality, only 9% of plastic is recycled a year. It's like a bottle of milk spilling. You want to try and clean it up using paper towels and cloths, instead of stopping the spill by tipping up the bottle. Instead of trying to clean up all this plastic, we need to stop it at the source. How many calls did you get in opposition to this repeal? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, 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 no applause after the speakers. Thank you.
Our next
All right.
speaker is Gaela Elwell, followed by Mary Ann Dickinson.
Dear City Council members, Gayla Elwell, the clock is ticking. Time is running out. The earth, our mother, needs our help. We've lived large. We've been careless. Now we're in a big ol' mess. The climate is changing, and not for the good. Too many hurricanes in too many neighborhoods. Sea creatures killed by eating plastic bags. Yet in changing our habits, we lag. Can't we see? This cannot be. We must partner with the earth, our mother. We have no other. Things we use every day must not end up in the bays. We are smart, so very clever. We've walked on the moon. We may walk on Mars soon. So let's use our intelligence great to correct our big environmental mistakes. Clean air, clean water, harness the wind, harness the sun. They are free and we can use them cleverly. Let's be leaders in the changes needed. Using less plastic, that's fantastic. Let's use cotton, wool, and wood. They work like a charm and would do us good. They biodegrade and cause no harm. Let's begin here in this beautiful city of the sun to do what is right for the earth, to get it done.
All right, thank you. Next is Mr. Moya, please.
Our next speaker is Mary Ann Dickinson, followed by Jeannie Humphrey.
Good evening, Ms. Council President and councilors. Can you hear? Okay, I couldn't hear some of the other speakers. Is that better? Surely. I am here because I really didn't hear any conversation about the alternatives, the choice. What I heard was choice between plastic and paper. And the obvious choice that I've chosen and collected over the years is to use. And so I'm here to ask that I be assured that I can be free to use and choose to reuse. There's made in Albuquerque, buy local, made in Mexico with wonderful Frida Kahlo. I have things that fit in your pocket. Wonderful. Great gifts. The classic European shopping bag. Still folds in pocket. And, what else? Recycle 94, the Southwest Recycling Market Development Conference. Have we evolved at all? Has this developed at all? I don't think so. And, all kinds of giveaways and hardware women rock. All right. Lots of statements, lots of commercial messages. I want to reuse.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Humphrey, followed by Thomas Chung.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. I was here on Zoom 2 weeks ago, so it's so nice to see you all in person. I wanted to come back again today to really reiterate the idea. So my name is Jeannie Humphrey, and I represent the George O'Keeffe Elementary Parent-Teacher Association. I do want to thank Councilors Bassan and Councilor Sanchez for taking the time to talk through some of these issues. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce what I'm talking about. So Pranoy Bhattacharya was killed in December of this last year at the River of Lights as he was crossing the street holding his father's hand. So this tragic death was completely preventable Unfortunately, the Bajachardia family did not realize the danger that was awaiting them on Central and Tingley. They are from another country, and they came here in order to find new opportunities, and instead they were met with complete and utter loss. They have now relocated to another city and another state. However, I want to continue that we remember Prenoy's little life because it was so precious. What I'm asking today is that the City Council begin to take action to protect pedestrians. The Botanical Gardens, near the Botanical Gardens on the corner of Central and New York and Central and Tingley. There are simple traffic calming techniques that can be used that are actually outlined in Vision Zero that was put out by the mayor's office. And I believe that instead of planting trees, which I believe more are of a beautification process, that we put in things that will actually protect the pedestrians of the area. Thank you.
And just as a quick response to that, planting trees have been demonstrated to calm traffic. Street trees along a route have been demonstrated to calm down traffic.
Mr. President, I have a comment for Mrs. Or reference to Mrs. Humphrey. Last week, when she spoke, we actually asked questions of the administration to see if there was any action that they could take immediately. And I did speak to Mr. Rael. So Mr. Rael has something to say in reference to what we talked about last week. So thank you for working on this, Mr. Rael. I appreciate it.
Mr. Rael?
Mr. President, members of the council, and Councilor Sanchez, after your inquiry, we had begun a process of doing a safety corridor study of that area, which would be from, quite frankly, from New York Avenue, if you will, by the Biopark, all the way through the river, along Central, to look at opportunities to put in some calming, if you will, structures in the corridor, so that we can slow traffic down. We have also looked at using the two, if you will, walkways that are beneath Central right there, one that accommodates the little train that is used often to get folks from the zoo over to the Biopark, and potentially using even the bike trail by putting in additional lighting so that when we have special events of this magnitude, we can look alternative ways of getting folks around the, if you will, or below the traffic level, so that way there's a better passage for community folks that attend these major events, especially during River of Lights because of the magnitude and the size of the event. So we are looking at those, and we hope to have the study done very soon, and then begin to come to the council and to the community to talk about some of the opportunities we have to improve the corridor that may include lighting, may include speed tables, and other safety opportunities as outlined under the Vision Zero program.
Mr. President, Mr. Rael, is there anything that we can do as a kind of an immediate fix, maybe some cones, something up in the area that would actually start to slow traffic down, maybe even a sign that says congested area, something like that? Would that help the immediate cause? Because I drive up and down that street every day, twice a day. And over the weekend, there was a lot of traffic crossing the street and a lot of traffic turning in and out of both Tingley and Central and New York and Central.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, let us look into that. Maybe we can put some variable message boards in that corridor for a period of time, especially as the summertime starts and we have more and more folks accessing that as the study gets put forth. So we'll get back with you and see if we can at least begin to create some sense of you know, that there is a safety issue in that area that we've got to work through.
Mr. President, Mr. Rael, thank you so much for that. We'll probably be following up on this next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rael, thanks also for considering a discussion we had recently about this. And I think Councilor Bassan and I are very much in support of a placement of one of the permanent speed cameras along that area. And I know a lot of the discussion about the speed cameras is which corridor has the fastest average traffic. I think we also need, obviously, to be looking at which corridors have a combination of fast traffic with a high pedestrian activity. So thanks.
We will look at that as well. Thank you,
All right, thanks.
Our next speaker is Thomas Chung, followed by Ashley Steele Chavez.
Good evening, all. My name is Thomas Chung. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably not going to be as well spoken as some of our younger speakers here, but I'm come here to basically offer an outside perspective. Although I'm currently a junior at La Cueva High School, I actually moved over the summer from New York. In Albany, surrounded by green, I've always been raised in an environment where environmental consciousness was critical, from a presentation every semester to a daily ORT report. Therefore, when I moved to District 4 and heard of a potential repeal of a solution to one of the most pressing issues facing our society today, the one word I can use to sum up my reaction is confused. How can one justify such a counterintuitive action? A ban is permanent, something that represents the ideals of New Mexico, something that will impact the way that we as ordinary citizens live by for hopefully years to come. So the question arises, what do we want to be known as? How can we let short-term impacts affect our long-term future as a global society? In New York, my peers and I decided that we wanted to be known as earth-preserving, not destroying. Yes, there are difficulties along the way towards a greener world, and yes, there is going to be backlash, but when has the US not experienced this? Our private sector is one of the most innovative and adaptive in the world. The environment is not. Businesses can recover from a 9-cent increase in paper bag cost. The environment cannot. The oceans cannot recover from the plastic bags destroying its waters over a course of 1,000 years, killing the diverse ecosystems. I envision a New Mexico where reusable totes are the norm. A New Mexico where I don't have to see plastic bags flying around on the side of the highway. Let us continue to be a leader in creating a greener world, and that all starts with a vote to keep the ban in place. Thank you.
Ashley Still Chavez, followed by Susan Warren.
Hello. I will also probably be not as well spoken as my younger people that I stand with. Today I would like to say that I stand in opposition to the repeal of the Community Workforce Agreement. Unions set community standards for training and ensure that local people are hired. Especially in construction industries, they ensure that people get health care and other benefits as opposed to just a cash under the table wage. I have another issue. I'm against the repeal of the plastic bag ban. Production, use, and disposal of plastic bags is bad for human health. They're rarely recyclable. You go to our own recycling plant, they'll get caught in the machinery. They cost millions of dollars in the end for us to process as Albuquerque citizens. Plastic bags eventually end up in the Pacific garbage patch, landfills, or burned until toxic fumes are released. Plastic bags bog down processing facilities, and this is the starting point. We cannot move backward from the starting point. We have to listen to the kids who will be here in 60 or 70 years when, frankly, none of us will be. This is their world now, so you have to listen to their voices.
Susan Warren, followed by Nora Warren.
Thank you, President Benton and councilors. My name is Susan Warren, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Mayor Keller's veto of the council's repeal of Clean and Green Ordinance and ask that you not override his veto. There is scientific consensus that single-use plastics are harmful, not just because they pollute post-production, but also because we use oil and gas to create them, contributing to climate change, about which your constituents are very alarmed. We can't recycle our way out of this crisis. Just today, the United Nations released its report on the climate, warning that unless we drastically slash emissions, the goal of limiting global warming to safe levels will be out of our reach by the end of this decade. Climate change is going to affect all communities, rich and poor, but it is especially going to affect poor communities. It will be devastating to low-income communities, far more devastating than the low cost of reusable or paper bags. I believe in science, and we need to act with all due speed. 47 people spoke at the last meeting, in support of the plastic bag ban. You are representatives of us, not the plastics industry, not the big box stores. The people have spoken loud and clear. We're here again tonight. We want the Clean and Green Ordinance. Thank you.
Nora Warren, followed by Rachel Zulevi.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Nora. I am 14 years old and I oppose the repeal of the Clean and Green Ordinance. Why are we here rehashing already established ordinances? Council members keep complaining about how we are wasting time discussing plastic bags, but we wouldn't be here if the council members had just left the ordinance alone. We are here to pester you. We aren't here to be petty. We are here because of climate change. My generation will face the repercussions of your actions. And that is unfair. A vote against the plastic bag ban is a vote for climate change. Today, the United Nations report on climate change stated that we have to slash emissions by the end of this decade in order to survive on this planet. And we are here asking for a simple, small change that will result in a reduction of emissions and will cause people to think more carefully about plastic use. It seems to be all about the choice of the people, but here we are and you won't listen to us. Are you really here for Albuquerque? Are you really for us? We are the people. We are the citizens of Albuquerque, and we do not want plastic bags littering our city. You represent me, so listen to me, listen to all of us, and keep the plastic bag ban in place.
Rachel Zulevi, followed by Sally Alice Thompson.
Good evening, City Council, and thank you for this opportunity. It's really great to be here with you in person. More than 40 of us were present on the last Zoom meeting, and it really felt like we didn't have a lot of your attention. So it's nice to know that now you're looking at us, you see us, you hear us. Will you listen to us? We are all volunteers. I started a small community organization called Wasteless Life of New Mexico, and I've worked with community members making bags out of upcycled unwanted t-shirts donated by a local thrift store. Everyone here who is standing up, none of us are paid by a lobby. None of us are gaining in any financial way. Does that not mean anything to you? We care, we see this problem, we're listening to the science. You care about paper or plastic. What about microplastics in our Rocky Mountain air and water, rain? What about microplastics in our soil? What about microplastics in our blood? Have you seen that report that just came out? It's in our blood. It's in our placentas. It's impacting our fetuses. It's impacting our health. Yet you prefer paper or plastic. It's the people's choice. How do you feel about cigarette bans? How do you feel about toxic waste dumping? Is that the people's choice too? Please listen to us and just know that we're here, we care, we're not gonna go away. We don't wanna harass you personally. We're not making personal attacks on your character, but we care, and I am here to help. I would be happy to do this project again and support any vulnerable community members who may need help transitioning to a reusable economy. Thank you.
Sally Alice Thompson, followed by Mark Leclaire.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I am a life member of Veterans for Peace, an organization composed primarily of former military personnel who've seen the futility of wreaking death and destruction on others with whom we may have disagreement. Regarding the memorial, which you'll be considering later, we, the Veterans of Peace, strongly support urging all governmental entities to support a move to shift our emphasis from the faulty premise of nuclear deterrence to a more realistic plan of banning nuclear weapons. The world leaders have agreed that a nuclear war cannot be won and must not be fought. A logical extension of this agreement is that if it must not be fought, why have the weapons? A reversal of the former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's query. If we have them, why don't we use them? So we, the members of Veterans for Peace, strongly urge our nation to take the lead in disarming the world of nuclear weapons. We should definitely sign the UN treaty to prevent prohibit nuclear weapons. We should lead all the nuclear states in banning, owning, buying, selling, or producing weapons of mass destruction.
Thank you, Sally.
We urge the council to join the 60 entities. And thank you, Councilors Kleebelkorn, Davis, and Benton for introducing this resolution, and thank you for your attention.
Mark Leclaire, followed by Don Schrader.
Good evening. My name is Mark Leclaire. I've been a small-scale farmer in the South Valley for 25 years now. And I got to tell you, it's gotten to where I can't walk more than a few steps down the ditch that feeds my field without seeing plastic bags, plastic bottles, caps, you name it. And when I was looking into this, you know, I went to the National Institute of Health website. Plastic bags, plastic bottles are primary sources of endocrine disrupting chemicals. And there's plenty of established science showing that these contribute to various diseases such as hormonal cancers, breast, prostate cancer, reproductive problems, metabolic disorders, diabetes, obesity, asthma, neurodevelopmental conditions like learning disorders and autism. These are all the disorders that are devastating our communities today. And if it's doing this to our bodies, what is it doing to our soil, to that symphony of life that we depend on? We can't survive if the life in the soil collapses because of too much pollution. So the question I'm asking myself is, you know, what effect is this having right now on my farming? The question I have for you guys is, how am I supposed to explain to my kid and all these kids that are freaking out about climate change?
Thank you, sir.
How am I supposed to explain that we're not doing anything?
Don Schrader, followed by Casey Fleming.
Millions of soldiers in the United States, Russia, and other nations sadly believe God wants them to kill other human beings when their government tells them to. The U.S. military hires chaplains to assure soldiers God approves murder in war. I do not pledge allegiance to the U.S. flag or to any nation's flag. My country is the whole world. All people are my sisters and brothers. I have paid no federal income tax for 43 years, not one damn bloody penny. Almost half of federal income tax goes for U.S. wars, past, present, future. I oppose all wars, so for me to pay federal income tax to train young men and women into professional hired killers, to murder on command with no conscience would be more evil than being a soldier myself. The United States has murdered many millions of moms and dads and kids in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Iraq, Afghanistan, El Salvador, Guatemala, and many more nations. Not with my silence and not with my money.
Casey Fleming, followed by Barbara Taylor.
Good evening, council members. My name's Cassie. I'm simply a concerned citizen. I'm here in support of the Clean and Green ordinance, but more so I'm here in support of the integrity of our ordinances in general. You know, this ordinance said we needed a 6-month study. The study hasn't been completed. We expect our citizens to follow our ordinances. We expect our businesses to follow our ordinances. We need to finish the 6-month study and then we can talk about this ordinance. Please keep Clean and Green on the books. Thanks.
Barbara Taylor, followed by Susan Sherman.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Barbara Taylor. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the former director of Parks and Rec. I'm here tonight to convey to you that the Open Space Advisory Board at the last meeting met and discussed the R8 and voted unanimously to approve the resolution as written. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thanks for your service and the other folks on the board.
Susan Sherman, followed by Melvin Allen.
It's good to be back here. Council President Benton, councilors, my name is Sue Skirman. I'm a resident here in Albuquerque in Councilor Benton's district. I've lived here for 29 years. I'm speaking as a member of the Nuclear Issues Study Group, a group of volunteers who formed here in Albuquerque with a mission to, quote, protect New Mexico from all things nuclear. I also urge you not to overturn the veto of the plastic bag ban as another environmental justice issue. I'm here to urge the council to vote yes in favor of M22-2, the memorial for the City of Albuquerque City Council to urge the federal government to support the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, reaffirming Albuquerque as a nuclear weapons-free zone. I want to thank the memorial's sponsors, Councilors Feibelkorn, Davis, and Benton, for bringing this important memorial in front of the council. I feel strongly that New Mexicans have a special responsibility to support the UN Treaty because of the unique role that our state has played in atomic history. As you know, the Manhattan Project was based here, designing and manufacturing the world's first nuclear weapon, and the bomb was tested on New Mexicans at the Trinity site. Uranium was mined in New Mexico, especially in indigenous communities. Nuclear waste is stored at WIPP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, which stores radioactive waste from the Cold War. We have paid immeasurable costs from the deadly nuclear industry. New Mexico has been a de facto sacrifice zone without our consent.
Your time is up.
The contamination from uranium mining has affected the health of Navajo communities to the point that uranium has been found in the urine
Ms. Kerman, I'm
of
sorry, you're out
pregnant
of
women
order. Your
on
time is up.
Navajo. I'm almost done.
No.
Downwinders near the
Please call the next speaker, Mr.
Our next speaker is Melvin Allen.
Ms. Sherman, you're out of order. Please cease to speak, or you will be removed from the room.
Melvin Allen, followed by Eileen O'Shaughnessy.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your service. I also wish to advocate for the memorial. I want to encourage an overt statement of support for the Tularosa downwinders. And I wish to generally encourage the council to lead us towards a system of economic development that will take us someplace we need to go. My main concern is affordable housing. I understand that the county of Taos has lost several teachers because the folks couldn't find affordable housing in that county. 2 of those teachers were commuting from Albuquerque. We cannot avoid that eventual outcome if we do not get our act together. Part of that, I hope to see some advances that will take us towards more community engagement and more community space, especially for low-income people. Our 4th of July celebration, for example, is inaccessible to low-income people because the bus system stands down on major holidays. This is the sort of thing that many city employees I've discussed this with are hopeful that they can fix. So I'm asking for the council's leadership in that regard. Thank you.
Eileen O'Shaughnessy, followed by Athena Hanna.
Good evening, Albuquerque City Council. My name is Eileen O'Shaughnessy, and I'm an educator and organizer with the Albuquerque-based Nuclear Issues Study Group. I am here in strong support of the M22 Memorial, which would make Albuquerque a nuclear-free zone. And I'm also in solidarity with all of the fantastic and articulate youth who are here tonight speaking on behalf of the Clean and Green Ordinance. Over 220 counties and indigenous nations around the country have passed similar resolutions, declaring them nuclear-free zones. Albuquerque currently, right now, today, has around 2,500 nuclear warheads in our city limits, which makes this municipality one of the largest nuclear powers in the world. Albuquerque also has multiple dangerous nuclear waste dumps, such as the mixed waste landfill, located on Sandia National Labs, which threatens our water supply and surrounding communities, including Isleta Pueblo, with a potential explosion and release of radioactive materials. The legacy of nuclear weapons technology is violent and devastating and has weighed most heavily on indigenous communities and communities of color. At this very moment, the threat of nuclear war looms larger than ever, and tonight you can take an important step towards making the world safer and more just by passing this memorial. In conclusion, this is a symbolic gesture which in a world threatened by nuclear war and climate change really isn't enough. So I hope you'll pass this memorial and follow it up with even firmer action. Thank you.
Ma'am. Your time is up.
Athena Hanna, followed by Alex Hanna.
My name is Athena and I'm 11 years old. I'm feeling discouraged because I've been coming to City Council again and again since I was 8 years old. What does it take for students to make changes in Albuquerque? So many students spoke up. We did make a small change, but now it's just being repealed. Why? There are millions of plastic bags handed out at stores, and there's so much litter in our city. I see it along the highways, the empty lots, plastic bags stuck in bushes. My mom is always telling us to keep our house clean and pick after ourselves. So why would you want to leave a dirty environment for us? Why? It's like leaving your dirty socks all around the living room and expecting your kids to clean it up. Is it too much to ask just to support this small step so that we can do bigger things together? Now it's April. It will be Earth Day soon, a day where everybody talks about what they want to do to help the Earth. Let's work together on it. Let's keep our house clean. Please vote yes to keep going clean and green. Thank you.
Alex Hanna.
Dear members of the City Council, I oppose the repeal of the Clean and Green Amendment. My name is Alex and I'm 13 years old. I love to snowboard in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, hike in the Sandias, and take photos of the brilliant sunset. I was doing some research and I found that in November 2021, right when solid waste fixed the plastic bag loophole, Zachary Taylor, the director of the American Recyclable Plastic Bag Alliance, was invited on the Rio Grande Foundation radio show. He is a lobbyist paid for by the plastic bag industry who greenwashed us about all the benefits of plastic bags. He said that thick plastic bags can be reused 125 times. But wait, is that really true? Do New Mexicans use their plastic bags over 100 times? I don't think so. They may use it once, and then it's in the landfill for thousands of years, breaking into microplastics that are nearly impossible to clean up. He said that plastic bags are the healthiest option. Really? How is that possible when scientists are now finding microplastics in our own blood? Do you know that we eat about a credit card worth of microplastics every week? Eating microplastics is not healthy. To pretend it's healthy is greenwashing. Reusable bags are easy to use. You can bring them to hold snacks for your picnic or grocery shopping for your fresh vegetables. You can reuse them for thousands of times. We need to take this opportunity for a reusable and sustainable future.
Thank you,
For
sir.
protecting the land of enchantment, not
Thank you,
for
sir.
a
Your
land
time's
filled with
up.
plastic.
Mr. President, we will now go to those commenting virtually. Speakers will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they will have 2.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. The first speaker is Camila Feebleman. Camila, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. President, members of the committee. My name is Camilla Feibelman, and I serve on the Water Protection Advisory Board. So I'll direct my comments specifically to the members of the council serving on the Water Authority, Councilors Pena, Jones, and Feeblecorn. I will draw your attention to a letter drafted by our Water Protection Advisory Board that's formed at your pleasure to basically provide water quality advice to the Albuquerque City Council, the Bernalillo County Board of County Commissioners, and the Water Authority Governing Board. In our letter, we lay out a series of concerns with regard to the rollback of the Clean and Green Ordinance. But the one that I want to call your attention to is in the third paragraph, where we write, additionally, plastic bags undermine the city's ability to comply with their federal permit with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency under the National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System, Middle Rio Grande watershed-based municipal separate storm sewer system. The NIPD's MS4 permit has specific requirements that all permittees, including the city, must meet to control floatables or trash. The purpose of the MS4 permit is to prevent trash, including plastic bags, from ever entering the stormwater system and discharging to the Rio Grande and other waterways. On an annual basis, the city collects and disposes of approximately 5 semi-truckloads full of plastic bags from these storm drains. So that means workers on regular schedules going through these storm drains and digging out the plastic bags. Additionally, each of the other 18 NIPD's MS4 permittees must collect their own debris. Addressing plastic pollution is costly for the city and other MS4 permittees and increases in magnitude if plastic pollution is not mitigated through citywide efforts like the Clean and Green Retail Ordinance. So if that message hasn't made it clearly
Thank you,
to the
Camila. Your
Water
time is up.
Authority, we need to pay attention to that cost to the city. Thanks so much for your attention and to your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Colunga. Luis, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Luis. Yeah, I am a transit-dependent bus rider, and I just wanted to lift up the zero fares because it's really benefited myself and my community through riding the bus. Lately, I've been able to hear stories of people who are experiencing a lot of financial troubles, and so zero fares has really helped them out. I know myself not having a car has led me to ride the bus more often, and so zero fares really helps out with that, especially places like the grocery store or UNM. I know for people who are experiencing a lot of car issues, especially with the rising gas prices, zero fares and having zero fares available and accessible transit to everybody is a big win for us. And so, yeah, just wanted to lift that up and hopefully see zero fares in the budget for next year. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesus Hernandez. Jesus, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Jesus Hernandez, and I ride the Sunvan. Having zero fares makes a huge impact on me and my family because I can get around easier without having to pay. Because
Jesus,
sometimes
can you
I don't
speak
have.
up a little bit, please? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Hello, my name is Jesus Hernandez, and I ride the Sunvan. Having zero fares makes a huge impact on me and my family because I can get around easier without having to pay. Because sometimes I don't have the money to pay. Zero fares makes it easier, especially for people with disabilities, such as myself. And I just wanted to say thank you for supporting Zero Fares. We hope this continues next year.
Our next speaker is Sophia Jenkins Nieto. Sophia, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I am a senior at UNM studying environmental science. I'm here, like so many others, in support of the plastic bag ban. Last semester, one of my higher level environmental science classes did a mini study on microplastic content in the Rio Grande. And we found at 4 different sites, just from college students barely learning to do this kind of methodology, in between 13 and 29 microplastics per liter of water. And this is obviously an initial study, and I'm sure there's been many others, but I just wanted to stress the importance of banning plastic bags because they break down into the rivers and harm our bodies and our water and the ecosystems. That's probably not as articulate as some of the younger speakers here, but yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph Franz. Ralph, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Dear councilors, I second Sally Alice Thompson's comments this evening in favor of the memorial that you may have time to consider later this evening. The main reason I'm here tonight, councilors, especially to those who voted for increasing plastic pollution in our greater Albuquerque area by voting to repeal the short-lived ban on single-use plastic bags. You also heard this just moments ago from Camilla Fabelman. Plastic bags undermine the city's ability to comply with their federal EPA permit under the National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System. Addressing plastic pollution is costly for the city, taking staff extra time and resources to clean. The city collects and disposes of approximately 5 semi-truck loads of plastic bags from storm drains annually. Additionally, each of the 18 other NPDES MS4 permittees must collect their own debris. I urge you, in light of the facts presented tonight by Rachel Zulevi in particular earlier tonight, to sustain the mayor's veto of the repeal. Please ignore the plastic bag industry. Please respect the choice of children today and future generations. Maintain the ban. Maintain the ban. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Next speaker is Rebecca Struve. Rebecca, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Mr. President and councilors, my name is Rebecca Struve, and I'm here to speak about adding safety measures on Central by the Biopark. I am personally invested in this issue because on that fateful evening in December, my 7-year-old son lost his lifelong best friend and neighbor, Pranay Bhattacharya, in that hit and run accident while he was leaving River of Lights. I was the person Pranay's mom called to come down to the scene of the accident and pick up their 4-year-old son and bring him home. At the corner of Tingley and Central, I held my sobbing friend as she recounted the tragic events of the evening. I saw Pranay's shoes strung out in the street, far from where he had been walking hand in hand with his father. And even further down the road, I saw the CSI tent concealing the battered and lifeless body of my sweet 7-year-old neighbor boy. Nothing will bring Pranay back to those who loved that smart and happy child, but we can put added safety measures in place for all who visit special events at the Biopark. It is frustrating to consider all the money amassed at the River of Lights, including the add-on cost of Santa's workshop that Pranay was so excited to attend. and yet more funds weren't allocated to pedestrian safety and traffic control. I thank Councilor Sanchez for continuing to bring this issue to light this evening. I thank Mr. Rael for reporting on the study that is already in process concerning that stretch of road. This is encouraging. I call upon our city government and the Biopark Society to put safety measures in place for all who attend events at the Biopark. City councilors, please make this matter a high priority at your next meeting. Please request the city engineers to conduct a study of what can be done to better manage traffic and pedestrian safety at that intersection. Flashing lights, a lower speed limit, rumble strips, speed tables, etc.
Thank
To
you.
the event
Time is
managers
up.
at Biopark, please adjust your budget to allow for safety measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy Norton. Peggy, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Can you hear me? I thought I had the video on. Yeah.
Yes,
Before you start the timer, can you tell me how long I have to speak?
a minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Thank you. Good afternoon, President and councilors. My name is Peggy Norton. I'm here to speak about banning parking on public streets and only allowing residents to park there. Last summer, residents submitted a petition to ban parking on Trellis and Decker, 2 streets near the Nature Center. This sets a precedent for the North Valley and the city, wherever there are parks and public facilities that people use. Councilor Benton stepped up and legislation 054 was passed by council. A new policy was to be developed by December and enforcement was canceled until then. I asked administration the status of the plan. I was advised there would be a public meeting. However, I just received notice that warnings are being issued. No public meeting, no notification, and no plan. Many people throughout the city use this area as access to the Bosque and paved trail. This plan should not be completed without public input. Ideas were discussed solving parking problems. They don't seem to have been acted on. We've allowed all the gated communities to shut off access to the Bosque Trail, and now we're allowing public streets to do the same. This does not seem like good city policy. The North Valley Coalition has submitted comments and encourages support for continuing the ban on plastic bags. Thank you for your time.
Just a second, Julian. I wanted to ask administration about this. We did receive formal communication from the neighborhood that was in question, and I wanted to know if the department has been in discussions with them.
Mr. President, regarding this this issue, we are doing a couple of things. First and foremost, I've had the Municipal Development Department look at the entire corridor to see how we might be able to compromise and find some parking solutions that might work long-term. But more importantly, and I think the long-term solution may be is working with our colleagues at the state. If you'll recall, that property that is used by the Nature Center is actually owned by the city of Albuquerque. It is a parking lot that we could possibly expand and actually develop into a parking area that might help alleviate the neighborhoods from having so many folks park there during the day or even the evenings. And we're working with them actively to see if we can find a solution, potentially having the city man the parking lot, if you will, and doing some work to protect the Nature Center, if you will, from evening use when the Nature Center is close to the public. So we're actively trying to find some solutions for that, and appreciate you bringing that to our attention. We'll continue to work on it going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I know that you have been personally involved with the state in these discussions, and this was actually, I think, on the top of the list of the neighborhood as a solution, but they did have some specifics with regard to the existing other prohibitions, and so that's something I think we need to work together and get them a formal answer on that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Sarah Pierpont. Sarah, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Pierpont. I am the Executive Director of the New Mexico Recycling Coalition. We are a statewide nonprofit, and the City of Albuquerque is a longtime member of our organization. The city has a recycling program in which we can all be proud. Like most recycling facilities throughout the country, single-use plastic bags are not recyclable in the city's recycling program. This isn't because we lack the infrastructure, it's simply because plastic packaging is designed for single use, not for recyclability. Recycle right is more important than recycle more, and plastic bags are not a part of the recycle right equation. They're actually a leading contaminant in recycling programs throughout the country. They are a safety issue for workers. They get caught in equipment, and they cost a lot of money and down productivity. Single-use plastic contamination decreases the value of other higher dollar recyclables like cardboard, aluminum, and paper. And lastly, we cannot recycle our way out of the plastic waste crisis. There is simply too much plastic, and only 9% is recycled in the US. A lot of this is because there are not markets for this low-grade plastic. Nobody wants it. We must remember that reduce is first, then reuse and recycle. A ban on single-use plastic bags is an important and easy way for the city of Albuquerque to reduce. So I encourage you to keep the Albuquerque Clean and Green Retail Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, due to an inadvertent error, we skipped over a couple names for in-person public comment here, so I'll be calling their names. First, we'll have Erica Ho, followed by Ashley McKenna.
Alrighty. Hello, my name is Erica Ho. I'm a junior at La Cueva High School speaking for the Albuquerque Clean and Green Retail Ordinance in the general comments rather than during the last agenda item because I do have school tomorrow as well as a bedtime. As someone who's grown up their entire life in District 4 of Albuquerque, I am and have always been appalled by the unreasonable prevalence of plastic bag trash in our city. I am saddened and confused that one would advocate for this repeal when the litter throughout the city has seemed to notably decrease when this ban is in action. Beyond limiting the litter in our city, this ban sets a tone for all Albuquerque shoppers to be more environmentally conscious and helps us break the habit of thoughtlessly consuming and discarding single-use plastic just because it's free and available. City council members, I urge you to consider this ban for more than what it is in today's context and consider that its policy could set the tone and open the door for future environmental legislation that puts my future, the future of my peers, and all of Albuquerque youngs first. This nation is shifting to be more eco-conscious and environmentally friendly. Please do not let Albuquerque fall behind in these trends by enacting regressive environmental policies that prioritize convenience in this moment rather than sustainability for our future. Let us put a halt to the back and forth regarding this ban and settle on hopeful progressive action that will keep the interest of our future in mind. Protecting our earth and encouraging Albuquerque residents to turn their consideration of our environment into action by breaking harmful habits is an important issue, so I ask you all not to repeal the Albuquerque Clean and Green Retail Ordinance. Thank you.
Ashley McKenna, followed by Joaquin Baca.
Hello, members of the Albuquerque City Council. I'm here today to remind you all that in 2018, we came here from the community. The Clean and Green Ordinance was not brought forth by the mayor. It was brought forth by all of the people speaking today. I am a licensed mental health counselor, and I have worked in Albuquerque for the last 15 years. I have worked on Lomas and Broadway. I've done drug and alcohol counseling. And when in 2018, I was confronted with numerous clients who were suicidal and did not want to live anymore because of the pending climate crisis. And I came together with a group of people to raise hope. I will tell you, I am an expert in the community on my ability to raise hope, rally a community, and bring people together. Look at everyone that has come up here to speak. And I just urge you to pay attention and listen to their voices if you really want Albuquerque to be a loving, caring, kind city. One, it starts in elementary school where I work every day teaching nonviolence. And two, we have to increase hope. We have to increase wellness within our community. And this plastic bag ban, no matter how small you think it is, did that. It brought hope to our community that we can do something. And so I urge you to keep it and allow us to continue to work together as a community and for our environment. Thank you.
Joaquin Baca.
Thank you, Councilor. Hello. Thank you, Council President Benton, members of the council. Hello. A little closer. Okay, is that better? Thank you. My name is Joaquin Baca. I'm the current president of the city-recognized ABQ Core Downtown Business and Resident Neighborhood Association, longtime downtown resident. We're a fairly new association representing the greater downtown area. Most folks don't realize that in addition to the government employees and private businesses, there is approximately 1,200 residents living in nearly all of the buildings from Central, South to Cole, and between 1st and 8th Street. We are here in support of the amendment, Ordinance 22-9. Any funding or support for the most vulnerable in our community is welcome. Moreover, we'd like to suggest that a large area of need that could use the support of this funding is for all the business and residents whose private property is impacted by the issue of homelessness. By this we mean creation of a clean street sidewalks program. Oftentimes, private businesses and residents are impacted when tents and shopping carts are placed in the alcoves and doorways of buildings. Residents and customers cannot get in, window and fire damage occurs, defecation and refuge is left behind. It is a huge impact that occurs daily. Creating a program here would make a huge difference to the businesses and residents here. Perhaps even a public-private partnership where pressure washers are loaned to businesses to help them with cleaning the sidewalks in front of their buildings. Thank you.
Mr. President, that'll conclude general public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. All right, we'll move on to question and answer period for the administration. Councilors, questions for the administration. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had some questions for the Biopark Society. Is there someone here that can answer those questions?
Director Sanchez.
Thank you, Director.
Council President, Council Feeblecorn. We're here from the Department of Arts and Culture. The Biopark is one of the divisions. I have with me Deputy Director Brandon Gibson. I also have the Associate Director of the Biopark, Bob Lee.
Great, thank you very much. So my first question revolves around the recent report from In Defense of Animals, which is a internationally respected animal protection organization. They just released their top 10 worst zoos for elephants in North America, and we are number 2. I was very saddened to hear that, but I saw that the Biopark quickly put together a press conference, and I was expecting some sort of plan for improving the lives of elephants in our zoo. Maybe I missed something, but I did not hear a plan for improving the lives of elephants in our zoo. So can someone speak to what we are planning to do to improve our situation for the elephants who live in our zoo?
Yes, I'd like to bring up Bob Lee. And he is our Associate Director. He's also an expert and has many years of experience working with elephants. And he's very respected among the AZA community when it comes to elephant care. And AZA is the accrediting body of the Biopark. So I'm going to hand it over to Bob.
Thank you, Director Sanchez, Council President Benton, and Councilor Feeblecorn. Apologies. We work every day to improve the lives of the elephants. We have a dedicated staff of community members, folks that live and work right here, that get up every day to make sure that those animals have a great life. Anybody who's been around since Rosie was born here back in 1992, and I've met several folks in the community who come out to the Biopark and they talk about how when I was a kid, I came out and saw Rosie, and I see her now with my grandkids, and they celebrate the successes and we mourn the losses. But each day we do what's best for them. And we've done several expansions since 1992 when Rosie was born. The last one was just a few years ago, specifically designed to allow elephants to give birth in a herd, just as they would naturally. And with our last calf, Thorn, that's exactly what happened. So we're dedicated to their welfare. We work to improve their care every single day, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
So there are no plans to improve the elephant enclosures, more enrichment, or anything else to improve the lives of the elephants that are there right now?
That's absolutely what we're committed to every day.
So what are those plans, please?
The enrichment that we do, we want to give them opportunities to move on their own, decide how they spend their day. graze for 14 hours a day at times. That's our goal. The hanging feeders that you see in there that the staff goes in and refreshes, that's all part of that enrichment program. Social enrichment is huge. Having a male elephant come in and out of the herd, there's nothing more enrichment than that, than allow them to be as they would be naturally. That's our dedication. That's what we do each and every day, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
So how much space do the elephants have? Not the enclosure that, you know, people are standing to gawk at them, but how much space do the animals actually have in the elephant enclosure?
5 acres.
Okay. And Asian elephants would roam for a range of about 20 miles in a day in the wild?
There's a lot of science behind that. Asian elephants differ than African elephants. African elephants go through periods of drought where they have to walk for miles a day to search for resources. Asian elephants generally, they live in jungles where elephants or wooded areas where resources are more plentiful. So they don't walk that far each day. We could certainly go into the research and I can pull more of that out and happy to have that conversation, but I think 20 miles a day is an overestimation.
Are you claiming that 5 miles is the range for Asian elephants in the wild?
It depends on where you're talking about. There are pockets, you know, in Borneo. There are wooded areas along the river that they have to stick to. So they're not traversing the landscape as you might imagine. Okay. But it really varies by country. It varies by herd. So I'd have a difficult time breaking it down specifically.
Certainly seems like it could be larger for our elephants that are being put on display. How many baby elephants have died at the Albuquerque Zoo in the last decade?
In the last decade, 3.
And is that, in fact, every baby elephant that's been born in the city of Albuquerque Zoo in the last
was
decade?
Born in 1992, and she's
Wait,
there with her
that was
mother
not a decade
now.
ago, but
I'm sorry?
that was more than a decade ago, but I hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
So every baby that's been born to Rosie has died.
Yes, ma'am.
That is incredibly sad. And I
agree.
I think it says a lot that on the city zoo's website, it talks about how we work to make sure that there's a herd environment and that there's multi-generations, but in fact, there are no babies left at this point. Is that correct?
Well, the babies passed just a few months ago.
Right.
So up until a few months ago, you had a grandmother, mother, big sister, you had Thorn. So you had a multi-generational herd, absolutely.
And now we have a grandmother, a mother, and who's grieving the loss of 2 of her children.
And Irene as
and
well.
then what about the fact that the elephant enclosure is really close to a busy highway and loud? I think we all know that elephants are extremely sensitive animals and loud noises can be very disturbing to them. What is done to minimize the stress from those loud noises in the zoo?
When you say highway, are you talking Tingley Drive?
Well, there's Tingley Drive, but there's a lot of traffic around there, and you're not that far from the interstate either. So what is done to minimize the loud noises that the elephants are experiencing every day?
We certainly give them the opportunity to how they spend their day. They get access inside a lot of times, outside. They have different habitats that they can go through. So again, we want them to make decisions about how they spend their day as much as possible, giving them opportunities to make choices. So if they want to move away from those sounds, they can. Generally, they get used to things and they aren't surprised by them when they hear them.
So the inspector from the In Defense of Animals noted in their report that there was a lot of stereotypic behavior from the elephants when they were there, which usually means boredom or stress. So again, I'm asking, are there any plans to improve the mental well-being of these elephants that we are holding in captivity in our zoo?
Yeah, stereotypic behavior develops for a lot of reasons. Once an animal has it, once a human has a stereotypic behavior, once your dog has a stereotypic behavior, stopping that behavior, eliminating it, is very, very difficult because, as you said, they'll do it for a lot of different reasons, whether they're making a decision, whether they're excited about something, whether they're worried about something. So that behavior will happen. I'm not sure what the person that was, if they're saying they came out and saw that, saw. I'd be happy to talk to them next time they come out and talk about it. If there's an elephant with a stereotypic behavior, though, if there's a dog with a stereotypic behavior, it's next to impossible to eliminate. Our goal is to never have it develop again. There's a lot of different reasons why it can happen. We don't want it to ever start. And we want to make sure the elephants that do have it have a great life. We're not going to turn elephants away at the door because they may have a stereotypic behavior. We want them to have an opportunity to have the life of all the others. So we give them opportunities to decide for themselves. We try to move them away from those behaviors, but if they develop them, it may be impossible to stop.
I agree. I certainly try really hard to have the animals who live with me not develop those behaviors, but it seems like we do have those behaviors in the zoo, and that's a shame. So 2 more questions. One is, what does the breeding program that you're doing for these Asian elephants actually entail? And when are you going to be forcing Roxy to have another baby?
Well, you got a couple things. I'm sorry, with the stereotypic behavior. I'm sorry, what was your statement at the end? I missed that.
I was asking what the breeding program entails at the Albuquerque Zoo.
Oh, we're committed to the survival of Asian elephants, that's for sure. And elephants have evolved to raise young together. So it's a critical component of their welfare, and we certainly want to give them the opportunity to do that.
So how long before the mother that just lost her 2 babies, will she be breeding again?
She has opportunities with the male already.
Okay. I'll just say that, last year in an interview, this was a direct quote from the zoo. The elephant, and this was in reference to the fact that the zoo had a lot more money coming in. There's a large amount of funding that's been produced for the zoo in the recent years. And the quote was, "The elephant exhibit will stay the same. We won't get any extra exhibit space, but the public will get a much better view of them." And so I would just ask that we have some thought process into improving the lives of the animals we're keeping there, not just to improving the public's view of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Absolutely, that's what we're dedicated to every day. Just one point of clarification, I think you were talking Rosie, not Roxy.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on, unless there are any other questions for administration. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the police chief. I guess he's MIA. I have a question why the police chief isn't attending council meetings when the single most important issue in our city is the crime problem, and also the biggest budget on the city agenda.
Mr. President and Council, my name is David Franklin, I'm the Chief of Staff. In reference to your question, Councilor Sanchez, Chief Medina is currently not available. He's out working and doing what he needs to do for the management of the police department right now.
Isn't this part of his job?
That's questions that you'll have to ask him, sir. If there's other questions for the PD, we'd be more than happy to answer that. That's specific to the questions that we have.
Okay, let me get on with my question. I'll ask you the question then. I have a question in reference to 911. It's my feeling that the 911 calls are being diminished. And based on that, I actually, this is the second time I call 911, and the call is diminished through 911 and made a non-call. On Saturday the 26th at 4:08 p.m., I was in my office on Central Avenue and watched a drug dealer point and pistol whip another subject right in front of me and 3 others who were in my office. The offender told the victim, if you do it again, I'm going to shoot you or I'm going to kill you. At that point, I dialed 911, and when I dialed 911, the first thing that happened was I was asked if the victim was still there, which has to be a trained answer, response. I know that the 911 operators train to do things the way they're supposed to do them. And on this date, she asked where the victim was. And I said, there's an individual on the street who has a gun, and you need to come out here and send somebody immediately. The incident took place. It's on tape. The tape is available to anybody that wants to hear it. And as the tape goes on, I actually continued to ask for dispatch and gave a complete description. Since I'm a retired police officer, I was able to do that, and ask why officers are not coming. And then to that, she responds, "Do you want an officer to come see you?" And I says, sure, but you need to come over here and take the gun off the street. I told her to come get the gun off the street several times. I asked her if officers are being dispatched, to which she didn't respond. I asked numerous times, are officers being dispatched, which she did not respond. And at that point, she finally hung up on me. This is the second time this has happened to me. In an area, and every single person that I've talked to about this situation, probably about 12 or 15 in the last week and a half, everybody has a story of how their call to 911 is diminished. So I'm extremely concerned. When I was out on the streets, there was 10 individuals per squad throughout the whole shift. I know we're down officers, but something is taking place, and the individuals, the citizens of Albuquerque, do not feel that they have the confidence to dial 911. And so that needs to be fixed. And what are you doing to fix that situation?
You know, Councilor Sanchez, it's a lot to unpack. What I would ask for the council also, questions like that, if you could give us some advance notice on a question like that, we could bring the appropriate deputy chief or somebody else.
You had the advance notice. I actually talked to, it was Griego and Erica Wilson that actually spoke to me, and they did release the tape to me. So yes, there was advance. That should be talked through up the chain of command in reference to when it affects a city councilor or when it affects anyone. I mean, my issue here is, are there citizens of Albuquerque that are not getting the correct police response because the calls are being diminished? And that was a pure and simple trained response. And I honestly believe that that needs to be changed, because the officers need, the citizens of Albuquerque need to have the confidence of being able to dial 911 and get a response. To this day, I was asked if you want to speak to officers. An officer still hasn't come to talk to me.
Thank you. Any other questions for the administration? Councilor Lewis and then Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here tonight. If the chief had some personal reasons, and for not being here tonight, and certainly no disrespect, and hope. I mean, no disrespect to him. I mean, if it was a choice, we only meet every other week or so, and certainly regarding this agenda tonight, I would expect that he'd want to be here, and certainly want to follow up on some of the questions that we would have, and certainly give input to some of the really dealing with some pretty important bills tonight that I think have to do with your department as well. But it sounds like he sent you. And thank you for being here. I do want to follow up on a question that Councilor Sanchez had a few weeks ago regarding time cards. I'm not going to talk about it regarding or from a standpoint of personnel, but from a standpoint of what we do, and that is a budget that we give you every year. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Rael, and maybe if you don't want to address this, but I think the concern of the council is that we want to know that there's a level of that we want to have a confidence that there's a level of competence, within your department when it comes to those time cards, that someone's not going to walk out the door of your department who makes a $60,000 salary and walk out with $300,000. And I think that's happened twice now. We had an investigation the first time, and then most recently that happened again. After we were assured that steps were taken and accountability was in place. And so if this question results in a letter from the chief this week, and I don't think that's the most productive way to deal with these things, but I do think we need to have some public discussion on this. And so what I want to know is how can this council, who gives you millions of dollars every year, know that there's competence at the highest levels of your department, that time cards, and there's not going to be misuse and abuse of time cards to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And again, if Mr. Rael wants to answer this, I mean, again, what are we doing to make sure to assure this council that's giving you millions of dollars in your budget that those dollars are being handled in a competent way?
Sir, one of the things, I'm new to the Albuquerque Police Department. I retired from state police in Texas. I've been here since November. I initiated, based on these two cases, for the city payroll to create specialized reports that come to my office. We've started from January through March. So there's some things that we are doing It's not that there's no accountability. I don't know that we have hundreds of millions of dollars of time fraud. So we are looking into that. There is a process in there. I've implemented that, and I'll defer to the city for others. So it is being looked at, sir.
And Mr. Riley, you want to comment?
Sure, Mr. President and Councilor Lewis and Councilor Sanchez. Just for the record, I think Councilor Sanchez may have received a letter that the chief sent to him on March 26th, or 25th, excuse me, at least explaining the report that was on KRQE related to the issue at hand, and describe what the city was doing at the administrative level at the police department to deal with that issue. But let me just say this, there is a genuine understanding of this issue at the police department and working through it with the commanders to ensure that this does not occur again, that we're minding the store, if you will. But to both of your concerns, I'd be happy to have the chief visit with you and have that conversation on a one-on-one basis. And if it pleases the council at the next council meeting, we'll have the chief available so that we can you can ask the questions. Again, as we've talked about before, if we get the questions in advance, it's a lot better for us to have more thorough information, such as a copy of the 911 report, or even who was asked to come visit with you all. It really is an opportunity for us to be transparent with you all and to provide you the information. And I realize that some of these issues come up at the last minute, but also, like anyone else that's in public service, a lot of times the chief is in other meetings, et cetera. At the same time, we're having council meetings. And so sometimes it's not an opportune time for him to be here, but be happy to have him available to talk to you all at your request.
Mr. President, Mr. Riley, is it the position of the administration that this command staff is, I think the words were too busy to review time cards?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, no, I think it's the position of the administration that we have a lot of priorities that are before us. Obviously, this issue of crime in the community is a very challenging issue and one that does take the full attention of the command staff. However, it's also important to realize and to recognize that the command staff do have administrative responsibilities to ensure that the people that work for them are appropriately, if you will, taking charge of their time and ensuring that that issues like this are addressed. And so we will certainly make sure that we focus on that and ensure that you will have at least the opportunity to ask the chief how he manages the administrative staff at his department.
Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, thank you. I had a couple of questions too for y'all. One of them with time cards. Who's in charge of reviewing those?
So if I may, Mr. President. Back to Councilor Lewis, I think that comment that you just made and was repeated was taken out of context. I think when we talked about the chief's staff looking at time cards, was the chief staff normally doesn't look at time cards. This was a one-off issue. So I would take exception and say that it's not about the command staff that doesn't want to look at time cards. I think that was taken out of context in that previous, I think it was in the paper, and that's where that quote came from, Chief Medina. Second of all, at the commander and above rank, there are no time cards. And so if I'm a chief of staff and I have a commander under me, they don't technically have what you would say is an overtime because they're exempt. Everybody else has a chain of command that reviews those, and they are reviewed every day. Or not every day, excuse me, every pay period, every week.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the 5th floor that's reviewing any of them?
Excuse me?
Is there anyone on the 5th floor that is reviewing any time cards?
Yeah, so we asked the city through central payroll to create a report, and that is now coming to me as the chief of staff, and we're looking at multiple different avenues to detect fraud. One of my previous jobs in the state police in Texas was in the audit and inspection service within the state police. So we are bringing that style model to the police department, and we've had our first run of that for beginning calendar year January.
Very good, thank you. I have a couple of questions about the cameras that the officers wear. What are the, generally speaking, what are the rules for the body cameras? When do they turn them on? When do they turn them off? And then what do they do at the end of their shift?
I'll defer to.
Thank you.
Council President, can you guys hear? Can
Can I be heard? Council President and Councilor Grout, talking about our OBRDs, our on-body recording devices. These, when do we record? Simply stating, anytime there's going to be a law enforcement encounter, there's going to be a recording. Any law enforcement encounter could be such as a consensual contact, that we're coming into contact with somebody that we are talking to about crime or anything of that nature. Anytime we're going to be doing any interviews or anything of that nature, we're going to be running our camera. We get a call for service, whether that be a shoplifting, whether it be a burglary, anything of that nature. Officers are instructed to turn on their camera just prior to coming on the scene of that call for service. Anytime they believe there's going to be a complaint or a use of force or anything of that nature, their cameras to be turned on at the beginning of that incident, and it's to remain on until that end of contact with that individual. Now, so any law enforcement encounter, that's exempt of, let's say there is a community meeting, like I'm here right now, and my camera, it's constantly in buffer mode. So it's not recording right now, but if someone was to pop through that door and, you know, start to create an incident, well, I'm going to turn on my camera at that time. So those sort of situations, they wouldn't be running their camera. Now, what is an officer responsible to do with that video footage? At the end of their subsequent shift, either at the end of their shift or at their end of the subsequent shift at the latest, they have to upload that data to our system, which they cannot tamper with, they cannot erase, they can't do anything with that camera footage that's stored within that camera. They can do that one of two ways. They can either, we have docking stations that are conveniently located at every substation where those officers can dock their camera. Each officer is equipped with 2 cameras, so they can dock one, have the other at all times, so they can make sure that they're uploading those cameras in a timely fashion. The other option is every officer's been provided a cord which can connect to their computer, which has also been provided to them, where they can upload their video footage from their previous shift or that shift that day. Any sort of incident where there's an arrest made or anything of that nature, we're going to upload those cameras right away, such as like a use of force. Those, before we even come off that call for service, those officers are actually going to upload their video, so we can start that process as well.
Perfect, thank you. What are the penalties if they don't follow any of these rules?
So that's actually two of the things that we look at here is when we talk about discipline, we're going to look at video by the end of the subsequent shift that they upload it. That's going to come with a Sanction 6 on our discipline matrix. A Sanction 6 is actually considered a written reprimand. Now with that, under our new discipline matrix, if there's mitigating circumstances, that could actually be considered a non-disciplinary corrective action. Let's say it's an officer who has never been disciplined, just comes off Family Medical Leave Act and is rusty, and they do not upload that camera, or they had a problem where they put it into their computer, they started the download or upload, whatever you want to call that, and it was ineffective. There's some reason behind that there was an issue. Sure, it could be mitigated to a non-disciplinary corrective action, at which point their supervisor can go over the policy or something of that nature so we can get that officer on track and making sure they're doing well. It could also be mitigated down to a verbal reprimand. That way they understand their corrective action has been taken, and we expect them to have a better performance at that point. Now, that's a performance issue. However, we look at also misconduct. If there's a mandatory recording incident, such as a use of force, or let's say they arrest somebody for burglary and they don't record, that's going to be a misconduct issue. That's also going to carry a Sanction 6, now, which is a written reprimand. Again, it can be mitigated. However, when they actually commit several of these types of misconduct or performance measures within a year's time, a rolling calendar time from the first offense, it's going to be actually progressive discipline. So whereas it may start with that written reprimand, a second offense could actually be considered an 8-hour suspension at that time.
And is that suspension with or without pay?
With or
without pay?
It's without pay.
Without pay.
Yes.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. If there's a shooting and those officers are, let's see, they're forced to be suspended, are they suspended with pay or without pay if they're shooting?
I think that would be two different, with a shooting incident where the
Mhm.
officer was
I didn't-
involved.
Yes.
It's a 3-day administrative paid.
Paid.
Where they're off at that time, where those officers, their firearm is taken from them,
Mhm.
whatnot, for the criminalistics.
Mhm.
They're also required to go through the range and everything else before returning,
Right.
also to get a psychological eval. That's what those days are for, is
Sure.
for all those steps to take place to make sure our officers are healthy and prepared to return to the field to take calls for service.
Very good. I appreciate that. But it's interesting to me that if there's an officer involved shooting, they are suspended without pay or with pay. But if they didn't upload their camera correctly or didn't have it turned on, they got suspended without pay.
Well, the difference could be, ma'am, it's that if there's an officer involved shooting, if there's no misconduct identified at that time,
Okay.
that's that standard administrative procedure that we're going to do in order to ensure that officers' well-being is in place as well before returning them to the field. If there's misconduct immediately identified, I'd imagine that would be a different story, and they could be administratively suspended without.
Ma'am, one
Yes,
thing
sir.
I think is they're not suspended with pay. If
Okay.
on that 3 days, it's
Uh-huh.
going to be leave. It's going to be a leave with pay for them
Leave with
to
pay,
be able to
okay.
get everything done. I don't know if your question also was if they had a misconduct and they were involved in an officer-involved shooting at the same time. Again, they'd still have 3 days, and
Okay.
then we would deal with that from the Internal Affairs Force Division and the Internal Affairs Professional Standards.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks. Let's see, next is Counselor Davis, and then we have one special public commenter who was not able to get in, our Land Commissioner Garcia Richards. So we want to get her on after this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for accommodating the Land Commissioner. I think there was a technical issue with getting her in earlier. I'll make this very quick, and I just want to say thank you to our police department. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues, but I also want to call out when we do something good, in addition to all the opportunities we have to ask questions and get more out. I want to give a special shout out to Commander Langwood and Lieutenant Bartlett out at Southeast. Last Friday, some of the folks in the crowd from APD and from Parks and Solid Waste, some community volunteers, all got together because Commander Bartlett, who took over our PRT team, decided to do some initiatives to introduce the community safety team and do something different at Central and Wyoming, which is one of our hot spots, areas. And lo and behold, at 7:30 in the morning, even though I thought nobody else would show up, more than 50 people, we all showed up looking a little ragged early in the morning and almost in the dark to pick up trash, to introduce our community, ACS, our community safety folks, to folks in that neighborhood, and walked from Central and Wyoming and cleaned up all of Central Avenue to Pennsylvania, back up into the neighborhood and back out, and spent a couple of hours to take trucks of trash, police officers who were able to hand out meals and have real conversations with members of the community about what they needed and plug them into real services in real time. This totally came up because officers who worked that beat in our problem response teams knew their neighborhood well enough and decided to try something different than arresting our way out of homelessness in that neighborhood. I watched it personally for a couple hours. It was dynamic, and ACS took some folks directly to services as they were introduced. And I just want to say thank you. I think APD is doing a better job as we move forward with all of our staffing challenges. I think we ought to do a good job of saying thank you when our officers do well. There are some great videos, by the way, for our friends of the media who want to look at how this is new dynamic of APD and ACS are working. There are some great OBD videos that I know are available. But I want to say thank you. I think that's important. And as we go into budget, and APD's looking at staffing every time we get a new class, every time somebody retires, I think it's important. And I know Councilor Pena is such a great champion of our PRT teams, to keep those PRT teams as a priority. Sometimes reports have to wait when we're doing good work. And I just want to say thank you to the APD officers who took that initiative to do something different in their neighborhood and take ownership of those problems. So please pass that along, Chief.
Councilor Davis will do. President Benton, may I make one final comment?
Please.
Representative Sanchez, thank you for all your service. Thanks for the questions. Would love to be able to get some specific ones ahead of time, and I'll definitely make sure that the right people are here in the future. So sorry for that. I apologize. And to the council, thank you so much. The officers need you more than you know. The officers need you. They need that support. And so far to date, from January 1 across the nation, 101 police officers have been shot in the line of duty. When I interviewed here in August was the day that the 4 officers were shot, and that's how my 2-day interview for this chief of staff position happened. We obviously saw in the foothills 2 more. So since my time in Albuquerque, 6 officers shot. I just want to say that we depend on you all for the appropriate funding, and you've come through amazingly. And then from, at least for everybody on the 5th floor, thank you so much. And again, Mr. Sanchez, thanks for your service previously. You know how tough that job is, and I'll definitely try to make things up better with just a tad bit more notice, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
All right, we will now move to a public
I just wanted
comment.
to say one more comment, sir, Mr. President. Looking at this whole situation, you know, I know the officers work very, very hard out there. I know they do. But we also need to make sure that they're getting the support that they need. And the support that they need is to make sure that they feel like they can go to the administration, that they feel that the administration has their back. And that's the biggest thing that I hear more and more often than not, is that the administration does not have our back. So what I'm hoping that we can learn from this whole thing and make sure that we start beefing up our numbers is for the administration to have the officers back. It's very important that the administration talk to the officers, especially the ones that are leaving, even the ones that you're retaining, to make sure that you as an administration are doing the right things to preserve their careers. And I think that's one of the most important things that the officers need from this administration. Once we get that trust back, then I believe that the officer ranks will grow, and I honestly believe that we will have a safer city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Moya, can we get State Land Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richards wanted to speak during general public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for not following the rules earlier. So I do have my 90 seconds here on the clock. I wanted to join you all today. My name is Stephanie Garcia Richard. I'm State Land Commissioner overseeing 13 million acres of state trust land. And I'm speaking today on 2 items that you will take further action on towards the end of your agenda. That's 22.1 and 22.9, 22.1 and 22.9, which are proposals to increase funding for affordable housing projects. And I just wanted to give you an example of what can come to fruition should you increase that funding. You do have the Greater Albuquerque Housing Partnership, which is an organization that can accept those federal home funds and then leverage them for projects such as the one that we ribbon cut last week with the assistance of Councillor Grout. It's in her district. Councillor Davis, I'm glad you talked about Central and Wyoming. This particular project happened at Central and Eubank. And so we are really committed at the State Land Office to partner with folks. We stand ready to partner with you all on these great projects on the state land in that East Central neighborhood. So I'm here today just to speak in support of increased greater funding, to show you all what can be accomplished with that funding, and finally to invite you out. If you would like to have a tour of the facility, we had one of the, he was a former resident of a shelter who now drives the bus for that shelter, is going to be moving in himself into this senior housing facility for affordable housing. So thank you all so much for accommodating me and getting me in there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a dinner break. Council will return in approximately a half an hour. We'll move to approval of the journal. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the March 21st journal.
There's a motion, a second from Councilor Bassan. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Opposed? That passes. We'll move on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I have one. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 52 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 52 is approval of the six supplemental agreement to add funds to outside counsel legal services between the Atler Law Firm, PC, and the City of Albuquerque. This will require a 2/3 vote. There's a motion and a second from Councilor Davis. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed? And that passes. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. All those in favor of approval of the letter of introduction, raise your hands. Say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes. We have no committee reports tonight. That takes us to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? I do have one. This is R-155, a nuisance substandard dwelling at 1804 High Street Southeast. I move a deferral until May 2nd. Motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes. Any others, councilors? If not, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board of commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes. We'll go to announcements. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, April 11th at 5 p.m., apparently in these chambers.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, April 12th at 5 p.m. in the chambers here.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, April 13th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego chambers.
Thank you. Next, public hearings. Item A, that's AC 22-6. Michael Lucero and Barbara Serby appealed the zoning hearing examiner's decision. This matter has been withdrawn by the appellants, so I make a motion to accept the withdrawal. There's a second from Councilor Grout. Thank you. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That passes. We'll move on to approvals. This is the approval that we just added. EC 52, the sixth supplemental agreement to add funds to outside counsel legal services between the Atler Law Firm and the city. I move approval. Motion and a second from Councilor Davis. Any comment from the administration on this, or any?
Mr. President, this law firm is doing some good work for us in our environmental health department, and we would urge your support.
All right, thank you. We'll move to a vote. All those in favor of EC 52, say yes and raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And that passes. We'll move on to final actions. First one is item A, 083. Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, this item involves cannabis regulation, and in my day job, I work in the cannabis industry, so I'm going to recuse myself from this matter.
All right, thank you. I'll move a do pass on 083. This is amending Chapter 9, Article 5, Part 5 of the revised ordinances of the city, the Albuquerque Clean Indoor Air Ordinance regarding public consumption of cannabis following the enactment of the New Mexico Cannabis Regulation Act. Section 26-2C-1, amending restrictions in public outdoor areas. I move a do pass. Motion, and there's a second from Councilor Jones. And I will move the amendment, which is in your iPads. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Jones. And we'll need a vote on that amendment. Are there any discussions on that amendment? Maybe a quick description of what it does. Ms. Coulidon?
Mr. President, we'll call up Julia Coulidon to explain that amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment does a couple of things. It strikes provisions of the bill that prohibit public consumption of cannabis, and also reverses some corresponding changes that were previously made to the title of the bill itself, 083, and to the short title of the ordinance itself. So just completely removes those provisions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Jones and I are sponsoring this amendment to remove the language that was put in during a committee meeting, so that way we can go ahead and streamline this process based off of the conversations we were having at the previous council meeting, so that we can maintain some consistency with state regulation and what is written in that law. But then we do plan on evaluating best ways to proceed with perhaps bringing this back with a different kind of resolution, so that we can discuss that and move it further in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. And Councilor Jones, thanks for helping with this to move it forward. Obviously, as we know, we're already in the happy days are here again, I guess. So we do need to get some of these loose ends straightened up with regard to our ordinances. Any further discussion, councilors? Councilor
Mr. President, I just wanted to comment that for folks that have been emailing me, this does not make it legal to smoke cannabis in public. It is illegal under state law. There's a $50 civil fine if you smoke cannabis in public and under state law. That stays in place. So all we're doing here is cleaning up this indoor air quality ordinance for the city of Albuquerque to make it actually focused on indoor air. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. President, I have a question about vaping. Is that something that we should be considering? Because there are people that will smoke cannabis through.
Right. Did you get that question?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, so one of the original things that this bill does is broaden the definition of smoking contained in this ordinance to include things like vaping and other methods of heating up cannabis products to smoke it. Thanks.
Seeing no other discussion, we'll move to a vote as amended on 083. Or do we not vote on the amendment? I'm sorry. A vote on the amendment. Beg your pardon. So this will be an amendment as described by Ms. Coulidon and Councilor Bassan. All those in favor say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And that passes. Now we're back on the bill as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hands.
Yes.
Opposed? And that passes. And we'll give Councilor Davis a chance to get back here. But in the meantime, excuse me, we have wow. I was just told earlier that they couldn't hear me. Hopefully, you're not going deaf from it. Hot mic. So the next two bills are similar bills on the same topic. I think it might make sense. We do have people signed up to speak, I believe, on both of them. Is that right? Julian, so why don't we take public comment on both of these, if that is all right with everyone, councilors, and then we'll discuss each bill separately, starting with Councilor Lewis's. So,
thank you, Mr. President. So there are some people that are signed up for both. So would you want them just to address both bills in their one comments?
Ideally, we've had a pretty long night tonight, but why don't we, if you're addressing both bills, how many folks do we have signed up to speak on these two?
Mr. President, about 10 people.
10 people. Okay. So why don't we do this? For these 10 comments, we'll allow 2 minutes. And please try to address both bills with your comments.
Okay, our first speaker will be Stephanie Gomez, followed by Edward Fingerhut. Stephanie Gomez. Edward Fingerhut, followed by Melvin Allen.
Mr. Fingerhunt or Mr. Allen? And we
Okay,
do have
Mr.
some-
President, we'll go to our Zoom commenters. Our first speaker will be Felipe Rayel. Mr. Rayel, please feel free to turn your video back on, and your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening. My name is Felipe Rayel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Albuquerque Housing Partnership. We were established by the City of Albuquerque almost 30 years ago as the first citywide community housing development organization. As a nonprofit, we have developed over 1,000 units of housing for first-time homebuyers and renters in our community. I'm here tonight to address and bring forth some of the comments put forth by the Urban Institute report published in March of 2020. In it, it acknowledged a gap of 15,500 units needed for the most needy in our community. Those are folks, in real terms, a one-person household earning less than 15,000 dollars a year, or a family of four earning less than $20,000 a year. Of those, 9 and 10 of them are rent burdened, in which they're paying more than 30% or 50% of their income each month in rent. As Commissioner of Public Lands, Stephanie Garcia Richard, we were pleased to celebrate, along with Councilor Grout last week, the grand opening of Luminaria Senior Community. This tore down a 6,800 square foot blighted building that was designated by the 2007 as a blighted area. It contributes to the 2008 Metropolitan Redevelopment Plan and will be home to 92 residents. The star of that was Christopher Ortiz, who had found himself needing a place to stay and cloud to call Luminaria Senior Home. This is just one example of the 700 people that call people home. We can take $3.2 million and make it over $20 million investment in our community. So I support 0229 for two reasons. One, it doesn't have a 5-year look back.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Gessing. Paul, please feel free to turn your video on, and your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the City Council. My name is Paul Gessing. I am in support of reducing the gross receipts tax rate by 1/8 of a cent. While it's unfortunate that the full 3/8 could not be repealed, we know that Albuquerque city government is awash in cash, and we know that the state of New Mexico tomorrow is, because of the inflation that we are experiencing in this country, going to return some money back to the taxpayers on top of some money that they already returned. The city of Albuquerque being awash in cash as well, with the budget up 27% under Mayor Keller, can at the very least return to Albuquerque taxpayers just 1/8 of a cent on the gross receipts. I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anita Cordova. Anita, feel free to turn your video on. 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, President and councilors. Thank you for having me this evening. I am here to talk about our severe unmet need for deeply affordable housing in the city of Albuquerque. This translates to an immediate and urgent opportunity for us to invest in affordable housing, which also begins to address a continual rise in homelessness in our city. Average annual rate increase has been 7.7% since 2013 in homelessness. A recent Columbia University report projects an increase in homelessness by 40 to 45% due to COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, Albuquerque's seen average rate increases by nearly 38% year over year, more than twice our national average, and one of the highest increases in the United States. I'm here on behalf of Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless and Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition in support of Councilor Benton Davis and Bill Corn's Ordinance 0229 to reallocate 40% of tax receipts to be used for the city's affordable housing goal priorities. I hope that that happens here this evening, and I thank you for sponsoring this bill or this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. President. That'll conclude public comments.
And Mr. Moya, we do have someone here in the audience who's a subject matter expert. I would like to ask to just speak as well on both bills or on whichever one she would like to. That's Ms. Jody Jepson. She's been involved. I'm sure I met her in my first year on city council, talking about some of the exact same challenges we're still facing today. So let's hear from Ms. Jepson.
Thank you, President and councilors. I really appreciate your time here. I am absolutely in support of Affordable Housing Bill 229. My name is Jody Jepson. I am the director of Heading Home at ABQ Street Connect. We house individuals who are severely medically and behavioral health acute. We have been given the opportunity this year to house over 60 individuals and meet these needs through housing. Housing is a health solution. By providing housing, we can then start to address the basic needs of an individual, which is medical and psychiatric support, which can help give them a quality of life and sustain them in their environment. It's critical that we continue to support this. In addition, this year, the city has allocated in our scopes to serve 40 individuals that live in encampments. And I must say that as of last week, we are at number 38. So we've been able to engage folks in these encampments with severe medical and behavioral health needs. And we are transitioning them into housing within 2 weeks. It's just an absolute critical need for the people that are living in our community who are unhoused.
And Ms. Jepson, thank you and everyone at Albuquerque Street Connect. The council, previous council, supported you guys getting going with your first team a few years back, and you've really just hit the ball out of the park with the effectiveness of this program that I know is a lot of painstaking follow-through with the your individuals on the street and trying to connect with them. And so that success of getting them off the street and into services and into housing is so important.
Yes, sir, I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to add one other thing. So we are, every year we do an annual report, and it's very important that we show our results. And so I've not, probably a lot of the counselors here are aware of the program, but just this last year, we decreased the ED visits by 45%. And we have, that's just on the emergency department side. And on the behavioral health side, it was at 67%. And so the data drives the impact that we're having for the folks in our community who are suffering with these highly acute needs, who are revolving doors for the jails and hospitals and for in the Albuquerque Police Department. So we have the data that shows our work, and I really appreciate you, sir, and your support in the city for allowing us to do our work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment. We'll move to Councilor Lewis for Committee Substitute 01.
Mr. President, I move Committee Substitute 01, amending enactment number 2018-001, Council Bill number 0189 to rescind 1/8% of the overall 3/8% gross receipts tax imposed thereby. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan for Committee Substitute 01. And
Mr. President.
Councilor Lewis, please.
Mr. President, I first of all thank you for those that made public comment, and certainly a lot of similarities between these two bills, specifically in the area of affordable housing and homelessness and the allocations toward public safety. There is a big difference in regard to this bill that proposes a 1/8 of a cent tax reduction. We have, I think, in every sense and every way you look at it, really unprecedented revenues in our city right now, year over year. $116 million, every way you look at it, about $116 million in more revenue this year, this coming year, than what we budgeted for in the previous year. And so I don't think there's ever been a time, probably in the recent history of the city, where we've had that much of an increase in revenues. And so, as some have said, that we're swimming in cash, right now. The state is having the discussion right now. In fact, there's a special session that'll happen tomorrow. And one of the proposals, in fact, I think the main reason why they're meeting is to figure out how to give back to the taxpayers $690 million. In fact, one of the proposals is $1,000 per household that they're looking at doing, but $690 million. And why? Because they know that if they were to allocate those resources, allocate those monies as reoccurring expenses, then they're going to be faced in future years with having to sustain that kind of spending. And so, that's why there's proposals before the state right now to figure out how we can put some of that money back into the pockets of private citizens in the form of a tax reduction. The governor most recently recommended a 1/8 of a cent tax reduction. And so these are the kind of proposals that are taking place right now in the state. This is the discussion that's happening in the state right now. So we're faced with one of the things that we can do. We may not be able to give a tax reduction, a corporate tax reduction or individual tax reduction on a tax return, but we can reduce the burden of taxpayers in our city with what they pay for everyday items in that way. And so this is one way that we can do our part in that regard. This is the 3/8 cents tax that was enacted 3 or 4 years ago. It was implemented, and not any criticism on this council for doing that. I think you all had reasons to do that to make up for a hold harmless reduction in revenue, which totaled about, I think the number was around $30 million by 2030. This tax raised about $30 million in the first year, and this specific tax, this 3/8 of a cent tax right now, is going to raise about $75 million this year. And so this tax is more than made up for what it was intended for, originally as hold harmless. So mentioned $116 million in new revenue. We've been in budget meetings with the administration where one of the slides has been the commitments that they've made this coming year when it comes to the APOA raises, COLA. I mean, go down the list of some of these essential commitments that we've made, or just essential new spending for this next year, whether it be the APOA contract, 2% COLA, city hall operations, counting those as critical, increases, medical insurance and para increases, workers' comp, early retirement. You total all that up with what the administration is saying, hey, this is new spending that's critical that we've committed to, and that's about $49 million that we can total from there. This tax would reduce that revenue by about $26 million that we would not collect from taxpayers. So in a sense, we're leaving about $26 million in the pockets of our constituents this next year. If we were to do this, so a reduction of $26 million. Again, if you look at about $49 million in some of the essential new spending that I just talked about, which, by the way, includes the APOA increases in the new agreement that was made with them. And there's a difference of about of over $40 million. And I know Jesse's here and can talk to us about some of these numbers and verify some of these. But we've been in budget meetings with the administration, and these are numbers that we've been verified, and I think everybody agrees that we have the kind of revenues that give us the opportunity to be able to do this. And I also want to say that some could say that in fact some have said that by doing this we would be reducing giving less to city services and really calling it cutting, whether it be public safety or homelessness initiatives or others. In fact, there was an email that came out of the administration office this week. I'm assuming that came from your office, Mike, that was sent to I'm assuming emails that collected from the mayor's campaign that came from the city, but and again, that's not necessarily. I guess that's what the administration does. But what I was most concerned about it was filled with just misinformation, and lies about this bill, and just trying to encourage people to come and speak on or send emails and speak on behalf of this bill, saying that in some way it would be cutting city services or cutting public safety, and that's in fact not what this does. In fact, I think it's a shell game, and it's really a lie. I mean, it's really absolutely an untruth to be able to communicate it in that kind of way. And so we propose ideas. I think that's our job as a council, to put these ideas out there. Certainly would expect the administration to say, hey, let's take a look at this and let's see if we can, if this is something that we can do. And so, Jesse's here with our council staff and talk to us about some of the revenues and some of the data I mentioned, and certainly urge your support of this bill.
I'd be happy to hear from the administration, or however the sponsor would like to move. Mr. President, I would like to comment before we close.
Any questions for administration, anyone?
I just want to comment on the bill as well.
Okay, seeing none, or from Mr. Muniz, any questions? If not, we'll hear from the administration and then.
Mr. President, and councilors, and Councilor Lewis, let me begin by just saying that I think characterizing information as lies is a bit of a stretch as it relates to I think civility and working together. Certainly, all of us can present our positions, and certainly we can make sure that the numbers work related to the policy that we want to advocate. So I would just take exception to the fact that you believe that there were lies. I think there is a very strong differences of opinion as it relates to the impacts of your bill, and the administration, I think, has responsibility and a right to present those as we see them, and certainly you do as well. And we certainly have a disagreement, but that being said, I just want to make sure that we all understand that this is a difference of opinion as it relates to the impacts of what this legislation would do for the city going forward.
Mr. Ryle, I absolutely take exception to that. And the email, and glad to share it with anybody who wants to see. I think you sent it out to a lot of people, but we may just say we disagree on it. But there was some political, very much, political kind of posturing going on there in that email, and very much with graphics trying to say, hey, look, this is bad for our city. This is going to cut services to, critical for mental illness and mental health. And so, that's not true. And it was absolutely not true what that email said. So I take exception to it. We disagree on it. So let's move on.
All right, well, Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, for sure, we do have a difference of opinion here, and I do think that the conversation that we want to have with you today,
Mr. Ryle, that's
members of the
and by the way, the same thing that I think Ms. Bassan talked about this, but I'll just go ahead, and if you'd like to give that list over to me, I mean I can IPRA it, and we could make spend some taxpayer dollars with the clerk's office, or you all can just give that over to me. Would you be willing to do that?
Mr. President, if I may, Councilor Lewis, we have a presentation we'd like to make to the council just to give you our perspective of why we believe that this legislation actually is not in the best interest of the city. It's not in the best interest of the city today, but in particular going forward. Look, I've been in public service for many years. I've sat in this chair talking about tax cuts years and years ago. And what happens is inevitably is that what feels good today ends up haunting you tomorrow. And that's really the point that we want to make in this presentation, is to present to the council just the structural issues that we have going forward with the budget, and present at least a perspective of why we believe that this is not a good place to go. And if you would mind, Mr. President, if I can have Mr. Bakta and his staff come up and make a presentation, at least so that we can get the conversation started.
Very good. Yes, let's hear from Mr. Bakta and company.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, councilors. I also have Ms. Yara here, the Director of Finance and Administration, and also Lawrence Davis, who is Budget Officer. If you have some detailed question, they are here to answer those questions. I agree with you that you have compared $116 million difference between what was budgeted in FY22 versus what we are proposing for FY23. Now, to get a real picture, I think I would suggest that we look at also the expenditure side of it. So in FY22, we budgeted $632 million in revenues. At the same time, we also budgeted, which was approved by the council, $677 million in budget. So that, and this is recurring revenue compared to recurring expenditures. And that left us with $45 million deficit in FY22 as budgeted. The reason we were able to budget knowingly that we have a structure, we have a recurring revenue to recurring expenditure deficit is because we were very prudent in FY21 and we had left almost $93 million in recurring balance, knowing that we were in the middle of pandemic and we didn't know how fiscal year 22 would pan out. So that's why we had that situation. Now, if you recall, this particular 3/8 tax was imposed in 2018 primarily to fix the structural deficit that we inherited when this administration came in, and that was $40 million. And the first year revenue of this 3/8 was $50 million. On top of that, when the council unanimously agreed on that 3/8 tax, it came with a caveat. 60% of that should have been spent on public safety. So right off the bat, out of $50 million, the administration committed to spend 60%, so that's $30 million for public safety. That left us with $20 million. The structural deficit at that time was $40 million. So we were already struggling to balance the budget, but we did balance the budget. That $50 million, I agree with you that it probably will generate $79 million this year. However, only $72 million of that you can budget, remaining has to be reserved as required. And then Ms. Yara will talk about how we are using that money. But the other point I would make is that the phase out of hold harmless is not completed yet. We are losing about $2.3 million every year. And we still have to go until 2030. And the remaining balance, which will keep on declining every year, is roughly $16 million. So again, you will have to take a hit of $16 million down the road. And there is also a discussion in Santa Fe that we have heard that they might actually have a hard stop on distributing the hold harmless, and they might not just give us any money beginning any time they pass that bill. And also, we need to think about there was an attempt to place a moratorium on increasing the tax. So if we reduce the tax, we may not have the ability moving forward. We don't know if that bill will pass, but we need to be very cautious about any reduction. FY23 recurring revenue, 748 versus 751. So even in FY23, we are going to have $3 million recurring to recurring deficit. So we are proposing that the revenue would be 748 million, but the recurring expenditure would be 751 million. So that would leave us $3 million deficit. And that's acceptable because overall, as long as we are balanced the budget, the city ordinance charter is fine with that. DFA will approve it. However, that is something the bond rating agency look at. Are you balancing your budget with recurring revenue to recurring expenditure? And the reason we are able to balance the overall budget is because we have a lot of one-time money, which is accumulation of one. There is a lot of federal money in the economy. We have received almost $200 million so far. That helped us with a lot of one-time money. And that is not something we can count on moving forward. Moving forward, we will not have a lot of one-time money to balance the budget. So I think reducing the tax by $26 million, that means next year, or let's say it occurs right now, the recurring to recurring budget would have $29 million deficit. And that will continue because the commitment we have made on that 3.8 tax as far as spending for the public safety, even though the requirement was 60%, we are at 87%. And those are all recurring expenses. So moving forward, we will have to figure out how to reduce our expenses by $29 million to balance the budget. So those are the challenges we all need to worry about. Between 2018 and 2023, just the police department had gotten $30 million in pay raises. And these are the percentage raises which are embedded in the budget. It's compounding every year. So I think when you're talking about the revenues, to get a true picture, we need to also look at the expenditure. And I think my recommendation is that we look at the expenditures also, and we look at what is recurring. The recurring is the one which is very difficult to cut, and we are committed to that. That basically involve all the personnel and the contracts. And again, in FY23, we are projecting 4% growth in revenues compared to FY22. When you look at the expenditure, the growth is 11%, and that's just reality. The federal government in December said that the inflation rate at that point was roughly 6%. Right now it is about 7.9%. And the expenditures are rather the revenues are not keeping up pace with expenditures. And that will add to this $29 million structural deficit that I spoke about if we reduce this tax. So it's not only 29 million, but any difference between the revenues and expenditure, unfavorable difference will add to that structural deficit. So the $40 million that you talked about, that is actually the structural deficit that we inherited. That's why you see that $40 million, but that structural deficit was filled with that $40 million. So we believe that if you look at everything, not just the revenues, but also expenditure, I don't think we have $40 million extra to play with. With that, I'm going to give it to Ms. Ciara, who will actually go into detail as to how we have spent that $79 million in 2023 and how we are proposing.
Councilor Davis has a question.
Go ahead.
First.
That's okay, Mr. President. I'll wait on the administration to finish.
Okay. Proceed with Ms. Young.
Mr. President, Councilor Tai, it's nice to see you all again. I just want to come back to, you know, that we have give you reports on how we're spending the 3/8 money since its inception. Of course, you all mandated that 60% of that go to public safety. For FY22, the estimated generation of that 3/8 tax is $79 million. A couple months ago, we reported to you that the FY21 amount of the use of this tax was about 86% for public safety. As I look forward and I'm trying to project what those amounts will be at the end of this year, FY22, I can tell you, certainly along with those APOA wage increases and some other things that have been happening that are needed, the total public safety base for this tax would be $81.3 million. That is about $8.8 million more than is available for appropriation. So we would already be behind the ball with the public safety. The general fund would have to subsidize that with other revenues. A few things that have happened since 2018 that contribute to those increases. APD's budget since 2018 has increased by 50%, or almost $85 million. The fire department's budget has increased about 41%, or $31 million, and both of those things are mostly directly related to wage increases for our first responders. In Family Community Services, just looking at the homeless support services strategy, that has increased 37%, or $1.3 million since 2018. And of course, you all have supported the creation of the Community Safety Department, and that total amount is proposed for FY23 at $15.5 million to fully staff that unit. So we are looking at pretty sharp increases, and I want to add too that not only is this related to public safety, but I would just mention that, you know, Mr. Bakta brought up the inflation rate. The proposed budget has a 2% COLA increase for city employees besides APOA, and the inflation rate is almost 8%. So we have to think about how we're going to make our employees whole, especially in light of things like, you know, raising the minimum wage to $15. What is that gonna, how is that gonna affect our whole staffing? So the one last thing I'd like to mention is that because we are still kind of coming out of this COVID economy, it has been really unstable, and I think we need at least another year or two to figure out what the trend, the real trend is after all of this money, federal stimulus money has been spent, and we get back to normal. So I personally don't think that reducing the tax is prudent at this time. I'd love to have more time to look at those trends. So,
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you make some really great points, and I think a lot of those points make my case for this bill. And I think the one you just said right there, Ms. Yar, that we don't know what the trends are, and so why would we spend every bit of everything that we have if we don't know what these trends are? I mean, why would we? I honestly think that if you guys had $1 trillion and, you know, that thought in revenue, I think you'd find a way to spend every bit of it, every penny. But that's what we're doing here. What you're talking about is spending every last penny, you know, that people have. And so, but let's talk about, you know, a few of the other things that you mentioned. The hold harmless, like $2.5 million we're losing each year up to 2030. So $16 million. This tax, this 3/8 cents tax, paid for that the first year. Very first year this tax was in place, it paid for every bit of the hold harmless, you know, reduction that we would see between now and 2030. And this year it's raising $75 million. We can only spend $72 million. Well, I'll concede to that. But that's a massive amount of money that this is gaining. And so, and also, you know, Ms. Yar, you mentioned all the increases, and you mentioned the 2% to COLA. You mentioned the other, you know, increases due to inflation, and every bit of it is in your budget. Every bit of it's covered under about that $49 million, again, which still leaves another $26 million and another $40 million that wouldn't be allocated in that way. You mentioned about the 87% spending to public safety. $81 million or so like that. It honestly sounds like you're making some things up. I mean, it's a shell game. I mean, this is a general fund, right? I mean, this is not dedicated. That 3% is not dedicated to public safety, and so you could easily say that any reduction to this 3/8 cent tax, you could say that it could be it could come from other parts of the general fund. So to say that the entire $81 million, the entire burden of that is on this 3/8 of a cent tax, it's just absolutely, it's changing the, you know, the subject of it. It's called a shell game is what that is, because you could say that we have revenues in the general fund coming from all kinds of different sources, and we can take it from there. So it's just untrue that reducing that 3/8 cent tax in any way would reduce the money that we're spending toward public safety. And so
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that the administration's proposed budget does not spend all of the money. There is $13.5 million left to available fund balance for the council to do what it pleases with. Also, it is your authority to shift any of those proposed amounts around or take them away. I also actually don't like being called a liar, so maybe we could talk offline, Mr.
well, you didn't
Councilor
send that
Lewis.
email, so I'm not calling you a liar.
You
I
just
do
called me a
believe that-
liar about 5 minutes ago.
No.
I also wanted to say that, you know, it is true, and I will tell every single of your counselors here that the general fund is just that. It's a collection of general revenues to be used for all city services. It's true that maybe it's a shell game if we say 80% public safety, affordable housing. My issue is that we don't have enough money for all city services. I'm talking beyond public safety. So that's my concern.
I'm just a correct, I don't think I called you a liar, Ms. Laura. I said a shell game, which you just admitted that that's what it is, so thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, let me try to bring the temperature down here a little bit. I appreciate what the sponsor is trying to do here, but as I understand it, and I want to ask sort of the administration just to correct me if I'm wrong, in glancing at the administration's proposal, which covers both last year's actual expenditures and the proposal for the next year, the roughly $24 million or so that this may return to taxpayers or may return back to the community or not be collected would be enough essentially. I think Ms. Yara mentioned the mayor's proposal is 2% cost of living adjustment. The cost of living right now is at 8%. Every 2% is about $10.5 million across the board, subject to negotiation, plus a little bit more for enterprise funds. So that $24 million essentially would, if we put it all back into invested in our city employees who've made this whole city work during the pandemic, who are just coming to work every day with less money in their pockets, trying to pay the gas bill or pay for their cars or just to get to work, that's just barely enough to get them to 6%. That doesn't even keep them from going home with a structural tax cut every day. I think that's an important investment, and quite frankly, I'm not willing to make that compromise yet. I also know, just glancing at this, we made a commitment to fully fund the community safety department. I know some of the counselors here weren't a part of that, but every one of them ran on the commitment to ensuring that we had alternatives to just police and fire. That budget's about $17 million. Add in the APOA raises that we've already committed to, that's $23 million. That's the cut. The proposed cut. I just don't think we're in a position at this point with so many issues facing us in the city, a roaring economy and the opportunity to do that. As I heard Councilor Bassan mention this morning on the radio, I thought she made a good point, and I won't say it as well as she did, so she can correct me. But at the end of the day, look, we're talking about roughly $24-something million, plus or minus, with 230-something thousand households in the city. My little calculator says that's about $100 a household in the city, about $8 a month for every household in the city. I don't know about yours, Mr. President, but my household's willing to pay $8 more to pay our cops a little better and to have some social workers on the street and to pay the city workers who've been coming to work every day for the last few years, just keep up with the cost of living. So I appreciate what the sponsor's trying to do. I don't think we need an argument between the sponsor and the administration. I think this is not productive. But I could not support something that would cut public safety, community safety, housing, or other city priorities, and I certainly wouldn't cut something that would make us have a compromise on the future of investing in our city employees.
All right, thank you, Councilor Davis. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sitting here and I've spoke to both of you off, as we're looking at this, and to me, I'm looking at the way the situation is set up. We have the worst homeless increases in the nation. We're awash in cash. I'm seeing the needs on both sides. I'm seeing that it'd be nice to put some money in people's pocket. I'm also seeing that we do need, we have a wash of money, and they also have a homeless issue. And then when you look at it, we've had a homeless issue for a long time. Are we awash in cash? What I'm hearing today is maybe yes, maybe no. My specific reasoning for speaking up has to do with how exactly and what line items are we spending the money on, and how is the administration spending that money? Because I think it's important for the taxpayers and us as city councilors who make these decisions to know exactly where each dollar is spent. I mean, down to the nitty gritty. We need to know where we're at. And I know there's been a lot of talk here, but I know for a fact, looking at the budget, the first day I was in council, I noticed that there was only 6 line items or 7 line items for APD. But yet I know APD has a SWAT team, they have a gang unit. I know that they have or had a ERT team. I know that there's a lot of different programs that are in both of these areas, and we don't really know every little category as to how each program is working, how it's funded, whether the program is working or not, how we move that money from one program to the other. These are the things that I think we need to know. I mean, I'd love to see money in every citizen's pocket, but I also want to see how that money is spent by the administration to make sure that we know where every dollar is going. I'm a big law enforcement guy. I mean, I retired from the police department, and I want to make sure that the money for the police department is there, and also that it's being spent wisely. I also know that on the police department, there's 36 politically appointed positions on the police department, and those people are all making over $100,000 a year, or close to $120,000 a year. But we're also lacking 200 officers that need to be boots on the ground on the street. So where is that money going? So there's a lot of different things and a lot of different things that we need to know that we don't really know. It's just, the way I see it. How are we spending that money? I support Councilor Lewis's fight to get money back in the people's pockets, but as I spoke earlier, we have a major crime crisis in this city, and times are uncertain. So I'm not sure diverting money away from public safety is the right thing at any cost at all. But I do appreciate the fact that we need to work that direction, and I expect the administration to provide basic line items. So based on this conversation, and I know I have several sponsors, and in committee right now we have a priority-based budgeting bill that's coming through, and it would pretty much eliminate all the things that we're dealing with right here, right now, because it would have a line item for each and every item that we're dealing with, and we would know exactly how to deal with that. So next year, I think we're going to have a whole lot better angle on anything like this. And if this comes up again, I think we're going to know where we need to move money, what we need to do with that money, what programs are working and what programs aren't. So this has been one of the hardest things for me today, is knowing what's going on with both of these issues. And I have had a very, very, very difficult time with it. But I honestly believe that we have an answer that's coming up soon. And I wish it was here right now so that we can actually see that and have that breakdown. But that's my comment right now. When I go for this vote, it's still going to be a tough one for me. I'm just going to let everybody know that.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez, and thanks for bringing forth that legislation that we'll be discussing soon. I think it's relevant to the budget. And of course, we're going into that process as we speak, and looking forward to a good, robust discussion, primarily chaired by Councilor Bassan, as we go forward with the Committee of the Whole. Councilor Grau.
Mr. President, I have a question. I have a comment too. We are in a public safety crisis, and every day at my office, at my business, I ask my customers, have you been a victim of crime? And every single one, and I am not joking, every single one has been a victim of crime somehow, some way. One of our vendors just this week was him and one of his associates were held at gunpoint and robbed. They got some money, they took his phones. Thankfully, he had a tracker on his phone, so they were able to find that bad guy and get him. But this makes me sad that everybody is a victim. It's a victim. We need to support our police. We need to support our first responders. And I will be voting in support of keeping this. Like Councilor Sanchez has said, this is a tough one, but because I can see both sides. I am disappointed that the mayor and the previous council voted to increase taxes. I think we citizens should be able to vote on that, but at this time I will be voting in support of keeping it.
Thanks. Any other comments, councilors? Yeah, I just, this is sort of, I think this is, hopefully will be substantial debate with regard to both bills, but, a lot of talk about, of course, homelessness, and I appreciate that Councilor Lewis recognizes how important that is within his bill as well. But homelessness, police, these are top concerns of every citizen in this city. Public safety, the addiction crisis that we have in the community. But also just want to talk briefly, we talked about keeping our employees whole, and I think that's very important. It's also very important that we compete for employees. The city, we all know that there's a market, it's a employees market today, actually. If you have qualifications and you can go to work for any entity, public or private, you're in demand. And we've historically discussed our project engineers at DMD and having enough people to get our projects on the street that we know everyone needs and wants. At the same time, we have a Department of Family and Community Services that's pretty thin, honestly, in terms of the number of folks in there. And we appreciate that within the budget we're going to be addressing some of those as well. But and then Planning Department. We are, I appreciate, again, the administration is doing their best to hire folks, but we need senior people in some of these departments, and we're not going to be able to compete with them if we're not really staying on top of doing that kind of prediction that Councilor Sanchez was just talking about, of where we need to be going, what our top priorities are, and what does that look like within the budget. So, I'm going to stick by our original bill. I can't support Councilor Lewis's bill, but I do appreciate his recognition, certainly, of the importance of not only public safety but housing in this city. It is a housing crisis, as some of the speakers mentioned. So, Councilor Lewis, to close.
No, I think, Mr. President, I just say one thing, that there's clearly room in our budget, clearly room in our revenues for this reduction. We don't have to make a choice between public safety and a tax reduction. Just as the state right now is not contemplating a choice between public safety in our state and giving $690 million back to taxpayers. And so I think there's a clear, pathway, to do this. I'm not sure, I don't think there's support for it. I think, but I hope we can, I hope we can have this discussion, and I hope that going into the budget, we don't just, really take everything that, I really hope that our council staff can build the kind of, financial, continue to, build on the foundation that we have, to have the financial knowledge of the city, to give us the kind of insight and direction without having to ask this administration about it all the time. And there was a time when I think we knew a whole lot more about the budget than the administration did. And because of that, we were able to make decisions, we were able to lead and do what we're supposed to do. And so, I'm looking forward to that. Appreciate the staff that we have right now that's doing a phenomenal job and building on that. But I think we have a lot to do when it comes to really understanding and knowing our revenues and our costs. And we're in budget meetings with the administration over the last week, and I think the first counselor that they met with, they said the reoccurring funds were about $700 million, and by the time they got to me, it was 754, like Mr. Bakhta was speaking of. And so, so it's easy to come up with these things, easy to come up with costs and recurring. It's very difficult to make a decision like this. And I'll say this kind of last thing is that there's not a city in the world, in the history of the world, that's ever taxed itself into prosperity. Cities prosper when they watch their budget. Cities prosper when they watch their costs, and when there's watchdogs that make sure that the city's efficient. I'm afraid that we're going to, look at a budget this year, and yet, we did this last year and don't have a whole lot to show for it, for public safety, for homelessness. Homelessness is higher than it's ever been. We have record numbers of crime. We continue to. So these issues aren't always about throwing money at these issues, at these things. It's about efficiency and leadership and making good decisions. And so I do urge your support, and let's take a vote.
All right, there's a motion and a second for Committee Substitute 01, and we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? No. And that fails on a, looks like an 8-1, or 1-8. So we'll move on to item C. This is Councilors Davis, Feeble-Corner, and myself, Committee Substitute 09. Councilor Davis.
Sure, Mr. President. I would move a due pass on Committee Substitute 09, amending enactments of 1801, the Council Bill 1809, imposing a 3/8% gross receipts tax. I move a due pass.
Second from Councilor Feeble-Corn. Any discussion, councilors? Again, just to reiterate, I think both of these bills had a lot of thought go into them with regard to the direction of the money, but let's hear from Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on this bill, I just have a question in terms of this fine line item of 60% for public safety and the other percentage for homelessness and affordable housing, the 40%, because we haven't really done kind of our due diligence in terms of what that really means. So I'm supportive of the general idea. So I actually had the staff prepare an amendment for me, and if I don't know if you could pass it out to, and then I'll go ahead and I can actually read it. It says on page 2, line 28, page 3, line 1, amend as follows. Revenue from the municipal hold harmless gross receipts tax will be used entirely for housing, public safety, or assisting the unhoused community. So the explanation for this is when the city enacts the current 3/8 hold harmless tax, when they enacted it in 2018, it dedicated 60% of the revenue of this tax to public safety for FY20. As introduced, Committee Sub 0229 proposed to rededicate the 3/8 increment as 60% to public safety and 40% to affordable housing. This amendment removes that 60-40 dedication to public safety and affordable housing and simply dedicates the entire revenue stream to these purposes and adds express language to the scope to include unhoused community. As a result, the 3/8 hold harmless tax could be used to fund programs within this scope without specific funding floor or any particular category. So it, in essence, frees up all the money to do everything that we're talking about, and it doesn't really have this defined 60/40 line. So I would move the floor amendment number 1.
There's a second from Councilor Bassan. Any discussion, councilors, other councilors? Councilor Davis.
Go ahead, Mr. President. You were going to say.
Well, you know, I appreciate the sentiment that these are the areas that we know are important. To me, having the a absolute hard number of recurring revenue for housing is so important that melding these two together isn't something I believe I could support. It would be up to the administration, I think, greatly, well, and at this point, we would be changing the game somewhat for the administration, and we'd have to be reacting to this through the budget. But leaving it undefined as to how much would go into housing is my big concern, Counselor, because having this known quantity of how many recurring dollars that we can count, or they and we in the housing community can count on every year is really the big point. I mean, it may become clear after a while that these percentages should be changed, and they can be, but in the immediate future, my big concern is that we have a dedicated source of recurring revenue for housing, which is the top, one of the top results of all the discussions that occurred on the Homelessness Advisory Council and their housing committee. That became really clear that we could immediately go out with the revenue of approximately $30 million, 29 annually, and spend that on vouchers alone, on housing vouchers alone. And so in order to plan for our future of how we're going to tackle the housing problem, we've got to know that we've got a guaranteed revenue source. That's why I can't support the amendment. But Councilor, to close.
I think we're on discussion, but I think the counselor has I think the sponsor may have a change that might
to add some
further
stuff.
us forward. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically what I was going with that direction is that really this gives us the flexibility to prioritize public safety or housing or for the unhoused. And I want to make sure too, in terms of when we talk about housing, that we include, because I know that last time when we were doing the affordable housing, you know, that's really a dedicated fund, and we had a lot of people come up here and speak related to the Housing Trust Fund when it really didn't have the flexibility that we needed. So I drafted this today, and actually I'd like to hear from the administration on it because I haven't had an opportunity to talk to them about it.
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, certainly the flexibility of making these decisions during the budget process is always the prerogative both of the council, of the administration proposing how to fund these programs and the council making the determination as to what percentages you would like to see go to different purposes. I mean, obviously this amendment gives us that flexibility to make that proposal and to have the debate during the budget process and then have you all, along with the mayor, make the final decision about how the money shall be spent. So from the perspective of flexibility, this obviously offers us the best flexibility to make those decisions. So we would obviously be supportive of the amendment as it's written.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Real. And that's exactly why, because one of the reservations that I had with these two bills, even moving forward initially, was the fact that we were all right in the eve of our budget and really making these really important decisions without looking at it as in its totality was something that I think could bite us in the butt later. So, you know, I would just move this amendment and put it back to you, Mr. President.
All right, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I think that it just seems like we've been really over-restricting ourselves on so many things lately. And I think that a 60-40 split or too much of a reduction or taking away choices or whatever we want to talk about, we're really getting good at over-restricting. And so I think that it's no surprise, and I think all of us recognize that crime and homelessness and housing is a severe problem in Albuquerque. It's our priority. There's not one person in Albuquerque that I think would argue that. So to me, because this is our priority, I don't think the money's going anywhere outside of this. And so to over-restrict it and to say, okay, well, it has to go to vouchers this year, or it has to go to housing, or it has to go to public safety. How about we just make sure to spend all of this money on housing and a reduction of homelessness and the unhoused, on services that are needed for behavioral health issues, on addiction matters, on reducing crime and keeping families safe. And instead of nitpicking which percentage goes where, how about we just spend it on making Albuquerque better?
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah. Go ahead, Councilor Davis.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask the sponsor, and maybe this is a technical clarification, and maybe it is not, if the sponsor would be willing to hear me out. In the sponsor's proposal, it says that revenue from the hold harmless tax shall be used for housing, public safety, or assisting the unhoused community. I wonder if the sponsor intends that to maybe be an and, or if that would be acceptable. My concern, to address Councilor Benton, President Benton's thing, is that technically, it does all go to the general fund. We're just trying to be sure there's some baseline to cover all the big priorities. And if the administration were to propose to put all of it in APD and no housing or vice versa, it would qualify. It seems to me that maybe having an and there would ensure that the reporting on the tax would cover all three bases and at least some dollars would go to each according to the council's wishes each year.
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, sure. So you called me, we're having to speak very quietly, so I'm sort of that, which means I'm hard of hearing.
I'm sorry.
So I couldn't hear you when you were saying what you were saying, but I think that using the word and works.
So we can consider that a friendly amendment, Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Okay. So the amendment number 1 would now have and in that second line as opposed to or.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And Mr. President, just if I could ask the staff just to clarify that, because I'm not a lawyer and that's good for everybody. Am I reading that correctly? As long as we have all three, then the reporting on this in some way would have some reporting of all three buckets and not an or. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, I would agree that that change does suggest that it would be a combination of them as opposed to one or the other.
And Mr. President, that means that on a year-to-year basis, they could be flexible according to the priorities of the administration and the council as we decide. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, yes.
I know that's a lot of discussion for one little word, but I think it matters. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, or Mr. President and sponsors.
Councilor Davis, or Councilor, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the administration have a presentation on this? The Finance Department have a presentation on this bill? Just about the tax cut, I guess.
Mr. President, if you'd like one, we can have one made for you right quickly.
I mean, we're not, this is a bill that entirely, yeah, sure. You know. This is a bill that entirely is about just allocating. This is really what we should do in our budget, to be honest. This is what our budget is for. So if it's entirely about just allocating dollars, I would think that the administration wouldn't be too happy about this because it's limiting, you know, these. Especially if some of this money could only come out of this 3/8 cents tax, I would think that you wouldn't be too happy about limiting this to some of these other allocations that we have it going to. But bottom line is, this is something we should be doing in our budget process. If it's entirely about budgeting revenue dollars to certain areas, certain departments, you know, let's have the full discussion. Let's find out how much. Like 40% to something or 60% of millions of dollars to it. Let's actually have a discussion in our budget where we actually look at every single line item on where this is going to be spent. So I'm absolutely not comfortable with allocating these dollars without knowing anywhere how this is going to be spent, line by line, what it's going to do. So, Mr. President, I would actually just move a deferral on this, and let's deal with this in the budget.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second for a deferral. I think I heard from Councilor Bassan first on that. A second for the deferral. Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, if the maker of the motion could clarify the duration of the proposed deferral? 30 days.
I move when's our first budget meeting?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, Lewis, that would be at the end of May. So maybe a 60-day deferral would be appropriate at this
I
time?
move a 60-day deferral of the bill.
Apologize, I'm getting clarification that it's actually in April, end of April. Apologize, got my months mixed up. So a 30-day deferral would put you past the first budget meeting.
Move a 30-day deferral.
So there's a change of the motion to 30 days. Is there a second? All right, there's a second from Councilor Bassan for a deferral of 30 days. So this motion takes precedent. I am going to oppose this deferral because I think, as I stated earlier, and I think were stated by others in the public comment, we can identify $30 million worth of housing vouchers alone right now, today, and that's still not going to meet the demand. But that would be a huge step forward, and that's why I wrote the bill the way I did. I think the co-sponsors, I would hope, would agree that putting that marker down is a big part of this bill. It wasn't just about renewing the tax or keeping random revenue coming in that would be subsumed within the rest of the general fund budget. It was about identifying a need. And really, when we say housing, we're talking about every kind of housing. We're talking about emergency housing for homeless. We're talking about supportive housing for people with behavioral health disorders, and just regular old affordable housing for working people and young people who we want to keep in this city, who are being priced out of the market of real estate. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to all these things, what we're doing is kicking the can down the road. We need money, and we need money now. We need to house people, we need to feed people, and we need to fight crime. So if we defer this for 30 days, 90 days till the budget, then it will be another 30 days, 90 days before we can fund it and have a program in place. So are we going to have these major problems in our city wait for 6 months? When in fact we know what we want to use them for? Why are we arguing about which one gets named and which one doesn't? Let's put, I believe the original piece was well done, 60% to public safety. Oh my goodness, yes. We still won't cover how much money we need in that department. I think it's time for us to think the big picture and think about the city. And if we don't like the way it's being used, we can come back in and slap their hands and do something about it. But guys, we got to get this money out there, and we have to start housing and protecting the people of Albuquerque. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second for the deferral. Councilor Bassan. On the deferral, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say I don't support either. So I seconded the deferral. I think it is kicking the can down the road. I think that a deferral is going to elongate this. I also think we're spending the money on this stuff anyway, and we know this is our problem. And I don't think that by freeing up by this ordinance, that this is how we're going to get the money out the door. The money's out the door. We got to work on the money next year out the door, and we're going to do that. So I just want to make sure to be clear, I don't support the deferral, and I don't support the bill.
I have something to say as well.
Councilor Sanchez.
Basically, I just feel that it's very important that we, and I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, is we need to make sure that we know exactly where this funding is spent. And I think it's important that not only do we know where the funding is going, is we also need to know whether each program is working. If there's a program that isn't working, then let's put that money to a program that is working. So I think that we should probably do a little bit of homework to make sure that it goes to the right place and that we have the follow-up in place to make sure that it's working or not. So many times, I've been a police officer for 26 years. I've worked out on the streets every year, and I'm going to say it again because I said it in committee. 26 years of service, and everybody has told me we have a homeless issue, a crisis, and everybody has told me that we have to put money into this program, money into that program, but yet that, as well as our crime problem, are still going up. So we need to buckle down as a council and make sure that we know what's working and what isn't working. And until we know that, then let's fund the things that are working, and let's get rid of the funding for things that are not, or find another way to spend that money on and actually put it through the litmus test again. That's where I'm coming from. I think it's really, really important to know where the money is going, how much money is going, and are we throwing the money away, or are we actually using it for something that's positive and making progress? I said that the other day in reference to the police department. We have officers that are leaving the police department. We have officers that are coming on. We don't know what's working and what isn't. So I think it's very important that we as a council that have control of the money and the budget to make sure that we're doing the right things for the citizens of Albuquerque, to make sure the right programs are being spent, that we're spending the money on the right programs and making sure that we're funding the ones that work, and let's overfund the ones that work, and then the ones that don't, then let's use the money for that don't work and fund the ones that do work. So that's just my idea. I have to do that in my own business, and I know if anybody has their own business, that's the kind of stuff that you have to do in order to be successful and to grow a business, is you have to know where you're spending your money, and you have to know whether that money that you're spending is working. And so that's my comment. I would actually like a little bit more of a line item idea of where and how our money is being spent, and if that program is working or not.
Well, thank you. The motion on the floor is for a 30-day deferral. And Councilor
Mr. President, withdraw the deferral.
Is withdrawing the
You get an amendment that we're on now.
That puts us back on the amendment by Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena to close, or whatever you wish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just urge your support. I just really think this does exactly what you were trying to do, but it gives us flexibility because, I think there are several arguments here made about the 60-40 split, and I think that really delineates it in a way that it doesn't really give us that flexibility. And if we're looking at public safety, and I know that, we're looking at increases for our officers, and if we're able to, if all of a sudden we're at the 60% mark and we're trying to give our officers an increase, that really limits us to what we can do with this whole harmless tax. So I urge your support on amendment number 1, floor amendment number 1.
All right, we'll go to a vote on the floor amendment. Councilor Jones.
Mr. President, would you please ask the counselor to read that amendment again instead of just saying the amendment?
The entire amendment, it's on page 2, line 28 through page 3, line 1, amend as follows. Revenue from the municipal hold harmless gross receipts tax will be used entirely for housing, public safety, and assisting the unhoused community.
Clear? Thank you. All right, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of floor amendment number 1, raise your hand and say yes. And opposed? And that passes on a 5-3, or 5-4 vote, excuse me. So we'll move on then, as amended with the bill. Any further discussion? Co-sponsors, anything to add, or? Okay, so we're on the bill as amended. Councilor Peeble-Quinn.
Mr. President, I'll just add that I think now this bill is kind of irrelevant. It's not doing what we had anticipated, which was giving a long-term funding source for affordable housing, which was the point of this. And I think the point has been well made tonight that these funds that go to the general revenue area of the city can be used for these things already. And so we're not going to be providing what was needed, which is a long-term planning instrument for affordable housing. So not sure I see the value of the bill anymore.
Well, I think it does one thing, which is that it continues the the revenue source. However, I agree, and I'll just say again that I think we need at least the equivalent of 40% of this amount in terms of these loose numbers, or more, as a dedicated revenue source for housing operations. So just to make that clear, I think going into the budget, we can all, if we're all in agreement that this is a priority, then we need to do that going into the budget. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since some of us seem to think this is unclear what that amendment just did, I'd like to see if the council would like to reconsider the amendment that we just passed and get back to what we're saying we wanted to do. When we keep going back and forth on what we're doing. What do we really want to do? And if we're moving it back and forth, does anybody know what we're doing right now?
Did you vote in the affirmative on the amendment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that
right to do that.
is a motion for reconsideration by a person who voted in the affirmative. Is there a second? All right, there's a second from Councilor Sanchez for reconsideration of the vote on the amendment. So this is a vote to reconsider, and then we'll vote on the amendment again. So this is only for the reconsideration. All those in favor of reconsideration of floor amendment number 1, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Was it 6-3, I believe? 5-4. Okay, 5-4 for the reconsideration, so that passes. And we're back on the amendment, Councilor Peña's amendment, and I guess there's no, we're going to reconsider it. I don't think there's any reason to discuss it any further. We'll just go straight to the vote on the amendment now. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. All those in favor of the amendment say yes and raise your hand, please. 1, 2. We're back on the amendment, which removes the percentages.
The percentage gets locked in at that point.
No. We're reconsidering the amendment that removed the percentage.
Nothing's locked in.
Okay. Okay.
So we're clear, we're back on the amendment, which removes the percentages and adds the language about the unhoused. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment, say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? And that fails on a 4-5 vote. So we're back on the bill, not as amended, of the floor substitute. Councilor Peña.
So, Mr. President, I think without this flexibility, without the budget being, us working on the budget now, I cannot support the bill as proposed.
So just to be clear on the bill as it currently stands, it does have the percentages in it. It does extend the tax, correct?
Mr. President, that is correct. As the bill is in its current state, CSO 229 would continue to dedicate 60% of the tax to public safety and 40% of the tax to affordable housing goal priorities.
Right, thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I think we've gone through a lot of, if I may, conversation here when we're concerned, it seemed like our major concern was the 60% for public safety. We're in a situation where we're going to give far more than 60% for public safety if we want to keep our cities safe. And I think that we need to be careful about the other projects and things that are allowed in a more open funding situation. I think the number one issue for the citizens of the city of Albuquerque, anyone who talks to me, is safety. Safety, safety, and safety. So why are we opposed to putting 60% of this one particular piece of legislation to public safety? Why would we split it up into this pocket and this pocket and this pocket when we all know number one concern is public safety? And we're only doing 60%. 60%. And we can put other money towards the other things that we want to do, but let's stay safe. Let's stay where we need to be with public safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis.
I know we have a long agenda, Mr. President, but I think Councilor Jones is right. I know. You and I had this same heart attack moment 3 or 4 years ago when we were the ones who sponsored this amendment, when we sat over there in the corner and had time to work on this. We sponsored this, do that set aside, because we wanted to ensure, for exactly the conversation we're having tonight, that that we always had at least a minimal amount of money that the council would have to have a conversation about, or the administration would have to have a conversation about, if they wanted to move away and start defunding public safety or housing. I think despite the fact that, yes, all the money goes to the general fund, but what it says is you at least have to have this amount of money in the general fund for this purpose at a very minimum. And if you don't want to do that, you got to come back and tell us why, because we have to pass a whole new bill to let you do it. It forces us to have this very conversation. We can put more in there. We just can't put less. And I think that's the point. I appreciate President Minton for bringing this back. We did put a sunset in because that's what it took at the time to get enough votes to ensure that we could put some bumpers on the administration's budget. With the new administration, with lots of competing priorities, we wanted to be sure nothing got lost. And I think we can do that again with this bill. So I agree with Councilor Jones. She's right. We got to do both. We can do it. And we should just keep doing it. And we should put more than that in it, but we should never do less. So thank you.
Mr. President, I sure hope someday we can put less into the public safety fund, because that tells me that we're actually improving the safety of our public. So and this goes to Councilor Lewis's point earlier. Why are we going to have all of this more and more and more when we could actually either have less or achieve our goal, which is exactly why I don't think we should over-restrict ourselves with a percentage.
Thank you. And I think hearing from the staff, the finance staff earlier, is that we already put more than 60%. So when we're talking about defining, this is precisely why I put my amendment forward, because when we're talking about defining amounts in 60-40, so now that's saying that if we go above, and this is the argument I'm hearing, is that we may need to go above the 60%, then we are restricted by doing that with this fund, if it's needed. Yes, it is.
If I may, as the original drafter of this bill, my intent was exactly what was stated, that we know that we are spending a lot more than what this bill represents in public safety already. I can tell you we are not spending that kind of money, of what 40% of this represents, on housing operations. We're not. We're not putting out that number of vouchers per year. And part of the problem with vouchers, if those who were on the council previously, is that we did a couple of one-off vouchers that were only good for a couple of years. That really doesn't work. If you don't have recurring guaranteed revenue towards vouchers, then our providers and folks who are out in the community, like Healthcare for the Homeless, who have spoken in favor, and others, Albuquerque Street Connect, these are people who are in the street getting people housed as we speak, and they say we can spend, let's just take a round number, 29 million thereabouts is what it would be predicted this year. We can spend that on housing vouchers alone, without even talking about some of the landlord incentives and other things we need to do with regard to housing. So, maybe it's not a very articulate term to call it a marker, but to me, knowing that revenue is going to be here going forward, without some action by this or a future council to remove it, is really important, and it's a big step forward. And our housing provider community is prepared to go out and spend it on those vouchers, if nothing else. So there are many other needs as well in terms of housing operational costs and need for recurring funding. So I do urge your support for this. I know, we had the debate about the amendment. I think it's important to have that 40% figure. I'm not so focused on the 60% public safety figure, because I know we're spending that and way more than that elsewhere in the budget already. But I am concerned. If it were up to me, I would put a higher percentage for housing than 40. But 40 is something that we know can get out the door immediately towards its pressing needs. And any type of housing would qualify, of course, supportive housing as well as regular affordable housing. So leave it at that if we can. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to quickly add that, this gross receipts tax is not the only form of revenue that the city has. And so we can allocate 60% of this to public safety. There will be additional money available for public safety. We are not spending an amount equal to 40% for affordable housing right now. And that is problematic. It is in the top 3, everybody agrees, problems that we have. And we really need to put some money aside to continually provide affordable housing, housing vouchers, all those services that we don't have enough of right now. So that's why it's really important to me that we have this set aside of 40% of this one particular revenue source so that we can have long-term planning to provide services for people in need.
Thank you. Councilor Pena.
If I can just add, I agree with Councilor Fiebelkorn and wholeheartedly about, and Councilor Benton about what you're saying about the affordable housing dollars, but right now we have a budget associated with this, and that budget associated with this has an increase over 60% for public safety, but then we also have the public safety department and other, so as a result of this bill being the way it is and not giving us the flexibility, it really, then we have to cut something. Do we cut the public safety department in order to accomplish what this intended bill is trying to do? Where are we going to cut from that, and where do we then fill the gaps? Because as far as I know, the items in this budget that have been explained to us are already they're already part of the line item. There's the public safety department. There's something else that I can't think of off the top of my head that Ms. Yara spoke of. And so once we cut those and we reduce, because this actually I think would reduce the public safety amount, correct? To 60%. Is that an accurate statement?
Madam, Mr. President and Councilor Pena, let me have our Mr. Bakta just go back and talk a little bit about how the percentages are broken up, so or Stephanie can talk about it.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, so we were just looking at the current budget amounts in family community services for things like affordable housing, emergency shelter, homeless support services. We're getting to about close to $30 million in just those program strategies. I know that Councilor Benton has a concern about how much of those dollars are going towards housing vouchers, but that's definitely something the council could increase if they needed to.
Mr. President, Ms. Yara, thank you. So my question is, when we're relating this to public safety, and we have in this this bill in front of us, it says public safety at 60%. Would we have to reduce public safety dollars in order to accomplish this bill?
Mr. President, councilors, and it really just all depends on the total pot of money that's in our general fund, of course. So if thankfully the tax rate will remain the same. If that were to decrease, we would have issues. Currently, a large portion of the general fund money is going towards public safety. It would certainly, there are of course, other departments in the city that aren't related to public safety. But of course, that would be up to the council to decide which cuts would need to be made.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yara. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, any further discussion? I urge your support. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? No. And that fails on a 4-5 vote. Okay. So we'll move on to other business, EC 51, which is the mayor's veto of O22-3, repealing enactment of O2908, Council Bill number O1948, which enacted the Albuquerque Clean and Green Ordinance. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, yeah, I did miss a page. Okay, so we're back then on item D, Bassan, Jones, Lewis, and Grout. This is rescinding enactment of the O-2021-25 Council Bill number O-2180, which required the use of public labor agreements on certain public works construction projects in the city of Albuquerque. And councilors, would you like to move this?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to move 08. This is rescinding O-2021-025, as you said, which required the use of project labor agreement on certain public works construction projects in the city of Albuquerque. I would move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Lewis, I believe, on that. And so, councilors, any further discussion? Anyone signed up to speak on this? Councilor, let's go ahead and hear from public comment then.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker will be Rosendo Nahar, followed by Dan Albrecht.
Good evening, President, chair members. Rosendo Nahar, President of Carpenters Local 1319, and I represent over 1,200 members in this community. After that long such wait, I don't even know where I'm at with my comments, but I'm kind of in shock and awe that I stand before city council members who want to repeal an ordinance that's for community and creating community wealth. Some of you might wonder what community wealth is. It's creating jobs, wages, and benefits. I think that's not too much to ask to sit there and say, we raised the standard of construction in the city of Albuquerque, and now we want to lower it. Makes no sense. I mean, to be a public servant and vote against a community workforce agreement, it's like being a wedding photographer and doing nothing but taking selfies. I mean, it makes no sense. You're not doing your job you were hired to do. This CWA community workforce agreement is just simply saying things that we want to emphasize in our community. If we live here, we pay taxes here, we want to build here. We want to make sure that these people are building these projects and getting insurance, retirement, and everything else that the taxpayers pay for. The city of Albuquerque shouldn't have to lower its standards of its construction to fit an organization, a lobbyist, or a construction company. That construction company should raise their standards if they want to do work here. This is an investment into the community, and it makes no sense where we're trying to repeal an ordinance that we haven't even seen the fruits of its labors yet. It's just an outright attack on organized labor is the way I see it, because it makes no sense what we're doing here. Thank you.
Dan Albrecht, followed by Vincent Martinez.
The most glaring and absolute fact is that approximately 90% of New Mexico contractors and their employees choose not to be represented by a union. If PLAs are enacted, project costs could be in jeopardy, quality could be compromised, and schedules could be impacted. Please repeal the project labor agreement bill.
Vincent Martinez, followed by Tomas Trujillo.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Vince Martinez. My wife and I are owners of Vital Consulting Group. We're a small business administration certified hub zone, 8A, disability business here in Albuquerque. We've been here I've been here all my life. We provide construction services for here in Albuquerque. We're currently building the apron for City of Albuquerque. We have 2 contracts with the City of Albuquerque. One of those would have been taken away from us in support of this. Every one of our over 70 employees is paid over the collective bargaining agreement wages. We provide health insurance. We provide paid vacation, sick leave. We have health insurance for everything. If you take away our ability to work on a project just because we don't belong to a union, or our people are not, our employees aren't allowed to work. I mean, we're being discriminated against. I don't know why we would take our taxpayer money and put it out to out-of-state contractors.
Tomas Trujillo, followed by Badillo Baca.
All right, good evening, President Benton, city councilors. I'd like to make a point. My name is Tomas Trujillo. I'm with the IBW 611. I wanted to address the repeal of the PLA. By maintaining this ordinance, we can protect workers and make sure that their efforts are compensated correctly. Capital outlay, infrastructure, these improvements in our city, this is, economics 101. These are things that are very important. I provided testimony on other hearings, and I'm here again to defend this PLA. And I urge you to oppose the repeal of the PLA ordinance. Please stand once again with us. Please stand once again with labor. Thank you.
Badillo Baca, followed by Matthew Suarez.
Good evening, Council President Benton and members of the committee, City Council, Albuquerque City Council. My name is Badillo Baca. I'm a representative of IBEW Local 611 and the Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee for the Electrical Industry. This evening we have present with us in attendance 2 of our 330 apprentices, our rank and file, right here with us today. They represent the student body, the 330 apprentices that we have, and a member of the rank and file of journeymen and journeywomen electricians, Mr. George Dial. So, okay, and countless others who are viewing this meeting via Zoom. Our program is providing top-notch education on jobs, training to groom men and women in the ever-so-changing electrical trade. Project labor agreements ensure that our young men and women will continue to have local opportunities to complete their apprenticeship programs with hands-on supervision, health insurance, and retirement packages that promote prosperity in the city of Albuquerque. I commend all the apprentices who are attending to issues that are important to young working men and women, just like this project labor agreement. I would like to thank the city councilors that support labor and structured apprenticeship programs, and respectfully ask the City Council to reject the repeal of the PLA and invest in programs that provide means to retire with dignity. Thank you, City Council.
Matthew Suarez, followed by Carla Kugler.
Good evening, Council President Benton, councilors. My name is Matthew Suarez. I'm represented with the Carpenters Union here in New Mexico. Myself and the members of Local 1319 stand in strong opposition to the repeal of the Community Workforce Agreement. These agreements do not stifle or discriminate local business from bidding on projects. They only raise the bar for apprenticeship and on-the-job training, which are the nucleus of the building trades. Local jobs will create opportunities and get rid of homelessness and the economic strife that we're feeling in New Mexico and Albuquerque. Local jobs and local hire are the answer, not bringing out-of-state companies or undoing what has already been done. Let's give this thing a shot. 100% of the wages are set by collective bargaining with labor and management in New Mexico. Doesn't raise any price. Apprenticeship lowers that. Prioritizing the pipeline to local hire and on-the-job training will lower the cost of Albuquerque, put people to work, APS graduates, CNM, and UNM. Let's work on our city together. Let's come together as a team. Thank you.
Carla Kugler, followed by Mario Burgos.
Good evening, or good night at this point. Carla Kugler, Associated Builders and Contractors. We stand in support of the repeal of the project labor agreement. I want to be clear. We are not coming here to stand in support to pay lower wages, nor are we coming to support the right to deprive people of health insurance and retirement and pensions and sick leave and vacation time and workers' compensation, which was an accusation. I thought that was kind of weird. The fact is, there are a lot of unknowns in this project labor agreement that make it challenging for a non-union contractor to compete. Verbiage of same as or equal to, and core employees, and the referral process. Our contractors, and when I say our, the city contractors shouldn't have to lawyer up to do work in their town. PLAs, well, let me put this. We dismiss the statement that as long as they follow the rules, that'll be okay. It's not that easy. PLAs don't ensure quality craftsmanship. They don't ensure code enforcement. They don't ensure anything other than ensuring union workers. So we ask for fair and open competition. Thank you.
Mario Burgos, followed by Brian Jones.
Mr. President, councilors, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to spend my 53rd birthday with so many people. Thank you. So really quickly, I'm going to try in a minute and 21 seconds, give you 3 different perspectives on the PLA, and I will tell you that I support the repeal of the PLA. I'm the president and CEO of a small electrical company in New Mexico, small disadvantaged business, but growing. And so from an employee's perspective, what I want you to think about is, you heard earlier, 90.2% of the employees in the construction industry in New Mexico are not union members. That's 9 of you would be representative of that, and 1 other would be a union representative. So 9 of you would be working for companies and not a member of the union. Think about that. From a taxpayer standpoint, all I heard about tonight was how much or little money we have. PLA agreements drive up the cost of a project by about 12 to 20%. Okay? If you look at 5 of you, figure out which of your districts is not going to get a project, because that's the way that works. Finally, I don't know if you looked at this, but the collective bargaining agreement is a 32-page document. 32 pages. The first thing it says is, I don't get to negotiate with my employees directly anymore. My employees who I pay for their apprenticeship program, my employees who I provide their health care, my employees who I provide PTO for, my employees who I lend money to when their tools are stolen out of their truck at 0 interest. Please vote to repeal this. Thank you.
Mr. President, is there any way that we can ask the audience not to heckle or to end up commenting back when there's maybe a disagreement of opinion, because it's happened a few times so far?
Yeah, when the speaker is speaking, no comments allowed from the audience. So to be clear, I probably getting hard of hearing myself. I didn't hear it, but I understand. Just now I did. So let the people say what they're saying. Get up and say your side of the story yourself.
Brian Jones.
Good evening. My name is Brian Jones. I am the Executive Director of the Asphalt Pavement Association of New Mexico. I'm speaking, of course, in favor of the repeal of this amendment, because twice in my life, which spans 50 years of working, I have worked construction. And I have worked for union companies, and then I left them. I never got any benefit other than the wages. And I've got to tell you today, in New Mexico, the heavy highway contractors are paying full wages. And they also do training. They supply benefits to their people. And I've got a lot of members that have people that are retiring from them after 30 years, after 25 years, and they have gotten a good retirement plan. No different than what the unions might be supplying, but they have the freedom of choice of what they're doing. So we ask you one other thing I wanted to say is New Mexico, OSHA, says that New Mexico has some of the safest construction work in in the country. 6% of the industry is unionized, the other 94 is not. Thank you.
Courtney Eichhorst, followed by Jim Garcia.
Good evening, President. Good evening, council members. My name is Courtney Eichhorst. I am the business manager of UA Local 412 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, which employs about 2,000 men and women here in the great city of Albuquerque, the great state of New Mexico. I'm also the president of New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Council, which is thousands upon thousands of men and women that work construction in the great city of Albuquerque and great state of New Mexico. I'm really confused because I keep hearing we only represent about 6% of the entire construction industry in the state. Why are they so afraid of 6%? That doesn't make any sense to me. I see these projects get done at the hospitals. It's all my guys and gals. Intel, all my guys and gals. Los Alamos National Labs, 100% union. So I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from. I think they're being made up, but I keep hearing over and over. So really quickly, the use of a PLA can provide structure and stability to large construction projects. Guys, the way this ordinance is written down, it's got to be over $10 million. We're not talking about a $60,000 project or a $100,000 project. This is over $10 million. That's a big project. So the PLA makes perfect sense to me, and I'm having a hard time understanding how it doesn't. Right now, my men and women are getting a huge advantage to go to Los Alamos National Labs or Intel, and I'm talking about pay. If Los Alamos says a electrician or a pipe fitter gets $10 an hour above scale to go to LA, how are we going to man the jobs here in Albuquerque if we don't follow the rules and have some kind of standard? So with that, thank you guys.
Jim Garcia, followed by George Dial.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, council. It's good to see everybody in person. Thank you for having us tonight. First of all, I want to tell you that my name is Jim Garcia. I'm the Executive Director of Associated Contractors of New Mexico. I represent 117 contractors, 25,000 employees, non-union contractors. We are in an incredible time right now. It's an incredible time to promote infrastructure. What it's not an incredible time is for developing an unqualified workforce and enacting an ordinance that would discourage competitive bidding. So we know that PLAs are going to increase the cost of a project by anywhere from 3 to 14%. That is across the United States. Typically, called contractors are pre-qualified to perform construction projects, killing the argument of accurate pricing with the union-only companies. Public works project contracts include penalties for projects not completed on time, killing the argument that only union companies can provide timely completion on projects. This is not the right time for a PLA. Right now, we need to come together. We need to get people to work, and we are in support of repealing this ordinance. Thank you very much.
George Dial, followed by Jose Antancio on Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is George Dial. I am a member of Local 611, and I also live in Mr. Sanchez's district. I've been there 28 years, and 22 of those years I've been an electrician. I've bid work, I've managed work. I've managed work that's associated with Davis-Bacon, and I see that similar to a PLA in that it adds structure. A PLA isn't just a matter of building a building, it's a matter of building a community. It's good wages, benefits, apprenticeship programs for your graduating seniors in high school. Anymore, the electrical business is a neck up kind of, you got to have people that are trained in use of computers. This means, some of your UNM graduates are going to be construction management people. To those contractors who are complaining that they think they're going to be put out of business or have some unfair advantage, a good wage and an ability to expand and contract your workforce according to the needs of the project are important aspects of a PLA. I urge you to support the PLA and do not rescind it. Thank you.
We will now move to our virtual speakers. Jose Atencio.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Atencio. I'm the Business Manager, Secretary, Treasurer of Labor's International Union of North America, Local 16. We stand against the repeal of this bill. The contractors that are complaining that it raises the costs of construction aren't living by the same standards. They're cheating. They misclassify their workers. That's the only reason. It sets wages. It levels the playing field for everybody. We ask that you vote against the repeal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Capelby. Matthew, please feel free to turn your video on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you for your patience. Good evening, council members, Mr. President. My name is Matthew Capalvi. I'm a government affairs representative for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And project labor agreements are about accountability and responsibility. The elimination of project labor agreements is, to me, very irresponsible. Project labor agreements assure that workers on site have the adequate safety training with OSHA. They're ensured decent wages, a set decent wage. The taxpayers get a quality workforce and timely competition of projects within a budget. Project labor agreements ensure that taxpayer monies are spent correctly and they get what they're paying for, and that is a well-trained, qualified, professionally certified, and most of all, a local workforce. Now, I hear a lot of lip service to workforce development. You see people that are in favor of workforce development, developing and training and certifying local young people to do the work, but then they don't support the infrastructure and the agreements needed to make that happen. Right now, over 1/3 of construction workers live in poverty and qualify for public assistance. That means that taxpayers subsidize the construction company's profits while our local workers are not paid a livable wage without these project labor agreements. PLAs reduce tax and payroll fraud and misclassification of workers. And I thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Gessing.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the committee. I am here to support the repeal of the project labor agreement law. This was passed after the election of 2021 with relatively limited involvement by the public at the time. It was kind of snuck through after the election when the unions seemed to realize that they might have a less friendly group on city council to support their cause. I urge you to support this because it will ultimately save tax dollars. The unions come out in droves to support this, not because they believe it will reduce spending of tax dollars or improve the projects that we are paying for, but because it pads their bottom lines, plain and simple. I urge you to support repeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Condit.
Thank you, council members, President Benton. My name is Brian Condit. I represent the New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Council. You've heard all kinds of things tonight. I sent you some information prior to the committee hearing last month, I guess. 80%, 90%, I guess we don't exist. The fact of the matter is we do represent 60% of the registered apprentices in the construction industry in New Mexico. Unfortunately, wage theft and misclassification is still the norm for many contractors in our community, irrespective of what percentage of market share of the open shop versus the union contractors have. I will guarantee you this, that 100% of the wage theft and misclassification comes from open shop and ABC contractors. The claims of increased cost is just not true. We recently bid the first project coming out of the gate under this current ordinance that is enacted now. And there was, it didn't appear to have any impact on that project. Assurance of compliance with New Mexico building and licensing, building codes, protections for union and non-union workers, and a quick and immediate response and relief to workers that have been misclassified is urgently important to our community. We recently came upon a project. I believe it was, well, certainly was an open shop contractor.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Out of 11 employees, 10 of them were misclassified, and the 11th was unlicensed. So we urge you to oppose the repeal of the project labor agreement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joan Baker.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. My name is Joan Baker. I'm the Political Affairs Director for the UA Local 412. This evening, I would like to call on you to uphold the project labor agreement and uphold the mission of this city. So the City of Albuquerque's Planning Department's mission is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of community by dedicated to improving the quality of life of Albuquerqueans, facilitating transparency, orderly, sustainable, and strategically placed development. The City of Albuquerque Economic Development Department mission states that it wants an equitable economy that works for everybody and grows and retains local businesses and jobs. And the Department of Municipal Development assures that capital projects will be completed efficiently, timely, and with high quality standards. The PLAs do just this. They ensure that there is transparency and stability on large construction projects. The PLA meets your missions by stimulating the local economy and supporting local development and creating career pathways for local residents. I call on you to oppose the repeal and follow your city's mission. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Gilliland Lopez. Rhonda, please feel free to turn your video back on. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good evening, Mr. President and honorable members of the council. I am Rhonda Gilliland Lopez. I am the Executive Director of the Mechanical and Sheet Metal Contractors Association of New Mexico. Our office stands in opposition to repealing the PLA ordinance. A majority of our contractors utilize these type of contracts every day. They are a clear, concise tool for building projects, and it confirms that there is a strong health insurance and fair wages for all on the project. I appreciate all that you all have done this evening, and I just ask that you please oppose the repealing of this. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jason Espinosa.
Mr. President, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jason Espinosa, and I'm speaking on behalf of the New Mexico chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, which stands in opposition to O-22-8, which is the ordinance that repeals the requirement for the use of PLAs for certain projects. The New Mexico chapter of NECA, which was chartered in 1951, represents highly qualified, reliable, and experienced electrical contractors in the state of New Mexico, and provides programs and services to enhance their business operations. The association's member contractors represent the very best that the electrical construction industry has to offer and are committed to a minimum performance and service level of on time, on budget, and right the first time. Again, the association stands in opposition to the ordinance that repeals the requirement for the use of PLA for certain projects. The timing of this ordinance is off. My understanding is that a project has not even been completed under the PLA requirement as of yet, which means that the string of hypotheticals that against PLAs that you've heard today are just that, hypotheticals. The PLA requirement was put in place less than 6 months ago, and no project has been completed under it. Give the program time to work. Please do not cut it short. We urge you to oppose the repeal. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes public comments.
All right, we're back on the bill.
Mr. President.
Mr. Rao.
Mr. President, if I might, just for clarification and for information for folks who are watching this, Mr. Varela who is our planning director, originally worked on some of this legislation. I'd like for him to come up and just talk a little bit about the facts of how this was put together. I would also just want to say to the council, obviously the administration does not support the repeal of the PLA. It hasn't been in place very long. We are in the process. We bid one contract out, as was mentioned earlier by one of our speakers, and they're in the process of actually negotiating a PLA on that particular project. It's, I think, incumbent upon us to at least give the program an opportunity to see if it works, to see if it does meet the goals that we all intend in terms of having our workforce be paid adequately and appropriately. And but at this point, not having even had one project out the door is a bit premature. But with that being said, Mr. President, if I might ask Mr. Varela to describe a little bit about the conversation that was had tonight.
Mr. Varela, if you just hang on for just a second. Councilors, we need to suspend the rules to complete our business tonight. I'm going to move for a suspension of the rules to conclude the meeting by 11 p.m. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes on at 8-1. Now playing the part of Brad Winter.
Mr. President, council members, thank you. I would like to take a few moments to clarify some of the items that you heard, and let me give you a little bit of background on myself, so you're wondering why is the planning director standing up here. I've been with the city now approximately 4 years. I have a background in finance, business, construction, and some government experience, but I'm mainly a businessman and person involved in construction. I heard about project labor agreements for the first time approximately 4 years ago when they were discussed, when we were just having conversations about the state's inability due to lack of resources to enforce prevailing wage laws and other legal requirements on public works projects across the state, including in Albuquerque. As we began studying methods for improving that so that people would follow the rules, one of the items that came to our attention was the possibility of trying project labor agreements, which do make people follow the rules. Now, that I agree with entirely with what I've heard tonight. What I can tell you that there's been no evidence of whatsoever is that they increase the costs of projects. That, we have not seen one shred of validity to that proven in the city of Albuquerque. As stated, we have not completed a project yet on it, but the project that has gone out for bid received bids from non-union general contractors who were not afraid of having a PLA imposed on their project. Now, why aren't they afraid of it? Because, unlike you heard earlier, it does not require that all the workers be union workers. We took a very conservative approach when we were analyzing the situation, and we were hearing these conflicting numbers as to whether union workers would be available or not available for these jobs. And what we did was we said, listen, unions, you have a short shot at getting union workers in the job, and at the most, you're going to get half the workers for the job, not 100% of the workers. So that's the referral program that was mentioned earlier. A general contractor, hypothetically, who's a non-union shop, can bring in its core workers. They get the first 7. The union then has up to 48 hours and not a minute more to come up with 7 matching additional union workers. If they can't fulfill that need within those 48 hours, and we tighten that window down to where it's pretty short, then that general contractor can fill that with its own workers once again. The same takes place for the next 15 and so on throughout the project. So no, this does absolutely not shut non-union workers or non-union contractors out of performing work for the city. We were very, very careful in that regard. So I do want to correct that possible misperception that may be out there, along with the one related to costs. At this point, I'd stand for, in the few minutes that you care to spend on this, any questions that you may have.
Any questions, councilors? Thank you, Mr. Varela.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Sorry, councilor.
This one, I've had a lot of discussion in reference to both sides on this. I've heard a lot from everybody, but I've got some questions. PLA, how many projects were over 10 million last year, and how many projects are going to be in that realm this year?
And we do have with us the Director of the Department of Municipal Development, who would be the appropriate person to answer that question for you, Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, last year we had a total of 5 projects that were over $10 million. This year we have the 2, and then we may have 1, depending on the 2023 bond program, nothing planned for the following year. So a total of 2 this year.
Okay, and how many projects do you have that are under 10 million?
So those that we bid out, we had this last year, approximately 11. But then we have a lot of projects that are smaller remodel projects or of that nature that may be less than $1 million or so. But in the $1 to $5 million range, we're right at about 11 last year.
So that was about 22 projects under the $10 million range?
Correct.
Does that sound about right? Okay. And the reason I'm asking these questions is just a little bit of my history. You know, I was a Teamster and an APOA union member my whole life. I just don't really understand exactly the whole thing, so I have some questions about it. Another question that I have is, and I just want to make sure to clarify this: 8% of the employee works. Somebody said 92% are not union members. 8%. That means are union members that are working on these projects. Is that correct?
And Council President and Councilor Sanchez, I heard conflicting numbers this evening. I heard the opponents to PLA say that 90% were not union workers, but I heard proponents of PLA say that 50 or 60% are union workers, and certainly that's true in the apprenticeship programs.
Okay. Let's see. And I know you did say earlier that union members do get to bid on city jobs and vice versa. Is that correct?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, definitely, yes.
Okay. All right, just one more statement. As a Teamster and as an APOA union member, all my career, you know, I think that you know, I've been a union member pretty much my whole life, except for when I've been on city council. But then right before this, I was my own business owner and a businessman, and working my own business has made me have to do a couple other extra things that I think are very, very important too. So I also went out and provided benefits for my folks. I've also gone out and made sure that they get really, really good pay, and I incentivize them really well. Another thing that I know, because I was a union member for so long, is that there's a lot of slugs in the union. I know that for a fact because I used to see it. And so that's what makes it hard for me to go through the whole thing. And now that I'm a businessman and I know what it takes to run a business, you know, I totally appreciate all the things that you do. I totally appreciate the fact that there's apprenticeships that are going on. But you know, now that I've been a private business owner, and I know that competition is good, I just really feel that everybody needs to have a piece of the pie, and I think, like I said, I think competition is good for all of us, and that's just my statement. Thank you.
Other discussion, councilors, questions or comments? Councilor Pena?
Sure. So I won't be voting to rescind the bill, and I just wanted to say that, you know, I had gotten some calls, and I don't know where the confusion came in, you know, just related to, you know, I had a lot of the union members call and say that they weren't sure where I was at on this. And so I just want to be perfectly clear, is that when, you know, me as a person and in my time here on council that I've 100% supported unions. I think my record is just completely, in support of unions and their workers. And I just wanted to say that, and I don't know if people realize it, but my mom was a state employee, and she was with AFSCME Local 18. My husband was with AFSCME Local 624. And then I always carry my grandfather's pay stub, who worked for the Columbia Southwest Steel Company in 1943, and he paid his union dues of $1.25, and I keep his pay stub with me to remind me of how important it is to make sure that we take care of our workforce. So I just wanted to add that, but just to say that I will not be supporting rescinding this bill.
Councilor Davis.
I'm conscious of the late hour, Mr. President, but I agree with Councilor Pena. This is important. A lot of us have worked a long time and come from places that I get to sit here because my family was union. My dad and my mom were on the public side, but my grandfather was in the trades and worked hard and put my parents through college, my mom through college, and they put me through that way. But more important, I just can't sit here as somebody who's supposed to decide how to spend the city's money and say that I think it's okay for us to have a low bid sort of system on contracting, and then say that we want the people who build our buildings to not be able to afford to build their own house to live in our city. That just doesn't make sense to me. It's expensive to live anywhere right now. And like other counselors, I own a business as well. I have employees. I have for more than a decade in nonprofit and for-profit sector, but I want to compete with folks who take care of their people and who give back to our community and invest in the people who make these jobs happen. Those are the real job creators. Those are the folks who are swinging a hammer and twisting a pipe and doing that work. And quite frankly, I'm really proud of the trades that we built, and I want to see the city support more of that. I've had the chance to see over the years, and I tell the story often, our IBEW friends, our UA friends are exporting New Mexicans. Our UA friends are in my district, right? From the international district, are training through their structured apprentice programs right there at Zuni and San Pedro, exporting plumbers and pipe fitters to New York and Las Vegas who bring money from other states back to the international district where they pass it along to their brother, their cousin, their kid, their grandson, their granddaughter now. That's what we want in New Mexico, but we can't afford to do that if we subsidize the folks who are not willing to pay it forward and pay for the future of our families. I'm not saying that our non-union contractors aren't investing in our city, but I do think we ought to give the ones who are ensuring that they're paying a fair wage a fair shot, and that's our job as the city to set the high standard.
Councilor Peeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'll just say that we keep doing this. We keep saying we're going to just undo something that has not even been implemented yet. And I think that's a very strange precedent to be setting on this and many other issues. I do want to respond to one comment that was made, that this was somehow rushed through. I was not here when this happened, but I will tell you, because I went this week to listen to all of the discussion that happened when this bill was originally proposed, it was not rushed. It took an entire day of my life to listen to this conversation that happened. And it was very clear when this passed that this was something that was good for workers. And so, PLAs, in my mind, give a baseline for workers, give some safeguards for safety and wages and the quality of work that we're getting. And I'll just end with saying, this weekend we had a national treasure, Dolores Huerta, here in town. We were celebrating the 29th Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Day here in Albuquerque. And I asked myself, what would Dolores do? And I will tell you that she would not be voting to rescind this bill. So, thank you.
Any other discussion, councilors? I'll echo those comments in favor of the PLAs and in opposition to the bill. And with that, we'll give it back to the sponsors for closing.
Well, you all know where I stand, so I urge your support.
Any others? All right, so we'll go to a vote on 08. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that passes on a 5-4. Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to R8. This is enabling the Parks and directing the Parks and Recreation Department to review and make recommendations for the management of the Open Space Trust Fund, review and recommend updates to sections 1 and 2 of the Rank 2 Albuquerque Major Public Open Space Facility Plan, and make recommendations for increasing equitable access to parks, open space, and provide outdoor environmental education programs. I move a do pass. And there's a second from Councilor Davis. And we heard some comment from the Open Space Advisory Board, which did vote unanimously in favor of moving forward with this approach to the future of our open space system, but ask the administration to weigh in as well.
Mr. President, we thank you for working with us on this particular legislation, and we will work with you to make it work for the Open Space Board.
Very much appreciate that, and appreciation we should send out to the Parks Department and the Open Space Division as well for working with us on this. And I think we're on the right track. This is just a path forward with regard to the system. So, any other comments? Councilor Pena? No. Anyone else? I saw you going for your mic, I was thinking. Okay. Urge your support, councilors. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you, councilors. We'll move now to item G. This is Memorial 2. Councilors Davis and myself and Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, this is M2. The City of Albuquerque City Council urges the U.S. federal government to support the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a little bit of discussion.
Councilor Sanchez.
I'm actually, I guess you could say, very close to this issue. My son is a nuclear engineer, and he works specifically with nuclear power plants, and he's in the military right now, and I honestly believe that our Air Force Base here in Albuquerque is one of our Albuquerque's biggest assets that we have here, and it provides millions and millions of dollars of jobs. And I think it's important that our state continue to recognize that this is a valuable asset. That's my comment.
Other comments, councilors? We do have a public comment coming. Any other questions or comments at this time? Okay. So we'll go ahead to the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker will be Bill Tywald, followed by Willard Hunter.
Thank you very much, councilors and President and everyone here, because this really is not about jobs. This is really a very serious consideration that the United States and the people of the world haven't really gone through since the 80s. But we are going through it now because of the present war in Ukraine. Ted Postel, a physicist and nuclear security expert working for the Pentagon, explains that the Russian Sarmat 28 missile, each one of them has 3,333 and a third times the power of the Hiroshima bomb. Sarmats are aimed at Albuquerque and at Omaha, at Washington, D.C., at Denver, at places around the country. Sarmats are MIRV missiles. In other words, there are missiles within missiles. Sarmat has 10 to 15 missiles within a single ICBM. Each one of those missiles, when they detonate, will within 1 second reach 179 million degrees Fahrenheit. The destruction will roil across the state, across our borders. Everything flammable will become ashes.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Time's up. Thank you.
Willard Hunter, followed by Charles Powell.
Good evening. My name is Willard Hunter. I am a member of Veterans for Peace, Albuquerque. I want to speak very briefly about M22-2. Albert Einstein, who was quoted earlier this evening, also is credited with saying, "I know not with which weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." Einstein was wrong. World War III will be fought with nuclear weapons. There will be no World War IV. But you and I in this room, we don't need to worry. We, including you and your family, will be obliterated in the first wave. We will disappear. No suffering like Hiroshima. New Mexico was a prime target. The United States is the creator of nuclear weapons. The technology quickly spread by transfer and by theft to England, France, Israel, the USSR. Then it spread to China, India, Pakistan, and North Korea. This nuclear brinksmanship must stop. When you pass this resolution, Albuquerque will join 122 nations around the world and more than 40 U.S. cities. I really ask you to pass this memorial tonight. This is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Powell, followed by Miss Ward.
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I'm Charles Powell, and I'm a proud member of the Albuquerque chapter of Veterans for Peace. We're also proudly known as the Donald and Sally Alice Thompson chapter. I served in the U.S. Air Force from 1961 to 1965. That included during the so-called Cuban Missile Crisis, when we waited for the order. We really thought we would get the order to launch our missiles. And we knew that it would mean the end of the world as we know it. We were underground, and we felt we would survive, but our families would be gone, and the world would be gone as we know it. The important part of the measure that you're considering is the last part, because there is a treaty that's in force that's been signed by at least 122 countries, but none of the signers so far have been countries that have nuclear weapons. And that's a shame. The U.S. needs to sign this bill, and hopefully that would mean other countries with these horrible weapons would also sign. So if you don't pass this measure, then write your own. But the bottom line, the important part, is to support this treaty and to get the U.S. to ratify it.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Miss Ward, followed by Eileen O'Shaughnessy.
Long time no see. Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. I speak in support of M22-2. Events of recent weeks clearly demonstrate that nuclear weapons do not prevent nation-on-nation atrocities. The U.S. bombing of Somalia, the decimation of Ukrainian cities by Russia. Nuclear weapons do not deter war. Nuclear weapons do not prevent illegal invasions. The United States is a signatory to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, or NPT. This agreement has been in place for decades and is lauded by the U.S. State Department. Also for decades, New Mexicans have suffered from radiation exposure from nuclear weapons testing, yet remain excluded from coverage under the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. How about we take care of the people who have been harmed by all aspects of nuclear weapons and do all that we can to prevent similar harms to others? Please vote yes on M-22-2 and urge the federal government to sign the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Thank you.
Eileen O'Shaughnessy, followed by Lauren Zunner on Zoom. Okay, we'll go to Lauren Zunner on Zoom. Lauren, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Laureen Zonner, and I first want to commend the council for their actions tonight on the 3X tax resolution. I know it was took a lot of discussion, and you are very committed to helping the homeless and to resolving the problems of homelessness in Albuquerque. About this resolution, I fully support voting to include Albuquerque in becoming a nuclear-free zone, and I think that it's a no-brainer. We should be a nuclear-free zone. How could we not be a nuclear-free zone? So I fully endorse and urge the committee to please pass this memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Fraser Walters. Pam, are you there? Mr. President, doesn't look like Pam is there, so that'll conclude public comments on this.
All right, we're back on the Bill M2. Any further discussion, councilors? Any of the sponsors wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple of comments. The treaty is really supposed to promote a greater awareness and understanding of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and their use. And that's all we're saying here, is that we want the United States to sign on to this UN treaty that says that we acknowledge that nuclear weapons are destructive and are harmful. I will point out that we are the only country to have used a nuclear weapon in war. And we are here in New Mexico. We tested the first atomic weapon in south central New Mexico in 1945. Extensive radioactive contamination spread across 5 counties, and that was documented by the National Cancer Institute. So I feel like New Mexico has a special responsibility to express solidarity with the victims and the communities that have been harmed by nuclear weapon use. So I just urge us to join Boston, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Salt Lake City, Tucson, Baltimore, and Anchorage, and many, many, many other communities in calling for us to join this UN treaty. With that, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. We'll move to a vote on M2. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that fails on a 4 to 5. Thank you. All right, we'll go to other business. Councilors, I'm sorry to have to do this again. I'm going to move to suspend the rules for us to extend the meeting until 11:20. Hopefully, we won't take that long. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Opposed? Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilor Winter. All right. Okay. So that will extend the meeting. So we'll move to other business. EC 51, this is the mayor's veto of O23, repealing enactment of Council Bill O1948, which was enacted Article 1713 ROA, the Albuquerque Clean and Green Retail Ordinance, which limited the use of plastic single-use carryout bags, created a green and clean business program, and provided for administrative enforcement regulation. If a councilor wishes to attempt to override the mayor's veto, they will make a motion to override. And if no motion is made or a second is not received, the mayor veto stands. Also, if a motion is made, a second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override motion, the mayor veto stands. So,
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to override.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Sanchez for the override. And any discussion? Councilor Bassan and then Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I don't want to rehash anything that we have already thoroughly rehashed many, many, many other times, but I do want to make it very clear to the public that there is not one part of me that has made a deal with anybody. There is not one part of me who has had backroom conversations with anybody. I think that it's really unfair to hear that, but I want to make sure that also everybody knows I have not been bribed or paid or anyone has even offered to give me money from any of these lobbying companies that we've heard about from before. So this is a decision that I made all on my own, and I stand by it, but I in no way whatsoever have heard from anybody else at any other point regarding any kind of deal in order to get this to happen.
Mr. President.
Feeblecorn.
Thank you. I just wanted to spend a moment to respond to all the youth that were here earlier. I know they're all at home in bed, but I think it was really important to at least recognize Ariana Hanna, who is 8 years old, and she's been working on this for 4 years. So you do the math, half of her life has been spent on this one issue, and I do think it's really shameful that we would be rolling this back. I keep hearing that this is such an inconvenience for people to take their own reusable bags to the store. And I just have to say, if you think this is inconvenient, wait till climate change really does impact us, because this will become a non-issue real quick. So, of course, I will not be voting for the override, and I appreciate the time.
And we do have folks signed up to speak, but if councilors would like to speak prior, Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind everyone who might still be watching this, although they should be home in bed, that this did in fact pass the City Council on a 6-3 vote. So the first time. So just remind you, this is not a closed vote, and we'll see how it goes this time. But thank you.
All right, let's go to public comment, Mr. Moya.
Thank you, Mr. President. First speaker is Cameron Fergone, followed by Bill Tywald.
Don't seem to be here.
From another member, John Wilkes. John Wilkes is someone that I would hope becomes a household name here in New Mexico. He knows more about nuclear waste than practically anybody in the state. And it is something that we should pay close attention to, because we are inviting, and we have invited, waste that has half-life of hundreds of thousands of years. And that is quite a legacy for our political leaders to allow that to happen. But I'll get to the point. I am concerned about microplastics in our bloodstreams. And I think it's important that political leaders begin to take a stand, just like Keep America Beautiful when I was a kid. But this is even more important because it's about poison. So thank you very much.
Jennifer Patterson, followed by Vincent Tapia.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in front of you. There's been a lot of disjunction regarding the clean and green ordinance in the city, and I figured a way to alleviate the friction on it is to continue the conversation with solid waste, with the executives, so we can alleviate the friction between each department and not make this a divisive issue. Our friends over at Solid Waste are really experts when it comes to plastic waste. I think we should continue this conversation, and I thank the mayor for providing one more opportunity for me to speak in opposition of repeal of the clean and green. Thank you.
Vincent Tapia, followed by Amelia Babich. Amelia Babich, followed by Nick Babich. Well, you are next, sir. Nick Babich.
Good evening, Mr. President, Council. I hope we're still all awake here. I will say that my daughter was here earlier, and eventually she had to go home, school day tomorrow. So she was here for a long time. And she wants us, the council, our community, to keep the plastic bag ban in effect. Let's see how he does. We voted it in. Let's see how he does before we repeal things, okay? If we want our districts to encourage local tourism growth and economic growth in general, we'd want our areas to be clean and inviting. I think that's a logical thing, right? It just takes a drive down Central, historic route US 66, and bridge west of the river, especially, especially west of 75th Street, to witness plastic bags littering the landscape of both sides of the street. The plastic bag ban show is even more spectacular on a windy day. The experience is similar as we drive, bike, or walk across any of the bridges that cross the Rio Grande. You can just go underneath and collect bags all day long. They're easy, convenient alternatives. So let's go ahead and keep the ban and move on to bigger things. Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. It was just stated that especially on Central, beyond 75th, is where all the bags are. That's not accurate. We try to keep it clean, and we work with Director Whalen, and we do regular cleanups throughout the area. I'm actually pretty proud of how clean our district in District 3 is, so thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Starr, then followed by Sherman McCorkle over Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like Linda's here, so we'll go to Mr. McCorkle on Zoom.
Mr. President, good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, and we want to simply reiterate our previous testimony on the topic at hand and its importance to the business community. The changing brag on plastic bags is hard for our businesses to keep up with and to afford, and they struggle through the pandemic and continue to battle a broken supply chain. Do alternatives work? The bags with thick handles you might buy at a checkout are made of a thicker type of plastic that is not recyclable at all, and they must be reused almost 100 times to offset their environmental impact. These bags are so overwhelmingly manufactured in parts of the world that are responsible for the lion's share of the world's air and water pollutants. Meanwhile, the traditional 2.25 mil plastic bags are 100% recyclable, and many studies show that the vast majority of these bags are in fact reused by consumers. The ban on plastic bags has increased the costs for our businesses, frustrated consumers, and is not likely to provide any real benefit to our environment. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Ona Porter.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members, and thank you for your service and for all the issues with which you struggle. Tonight, housing and homelessness, community safety, elimination of nuclear weapons. And so the issue before you right now seems like it might be very minor, but it is not. It is a catastrophe, part of a catastrophe in the making. Climate change is here and it's real. The use of carbon to create these is real, and we need to consider what the opportunity is before us. I have thought about the relationship, interesting, between our decisions about plastic bags and what's going on in Ukraine. And maybe that's related to the timing, because the elimination of this ordinance happened almost simultaneously. And I have thought about, what are we as Americans willing to sacrifice? Really, this is something that is small. It is a small inconvenience. It is a small cost. And we need to step up and do the right thing on this issue, and really, frankly, before all the issues before the council tonight. Thank you for your consideration. I hope this will not be overridden.
Our next speaker is Sandra Penn.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. Thank you for your long service. Our throwaway culture is harming the planet. Ubiquitous plastic is killing us and wildlife in the cities and in the oceans. So is it too much to ask of each of us? Carry a string bag, don't bring home plastic. Think about the many one-use things that are barely used before being discarded. All we ask is that plastic bags be eliminated. We can say no to plastic bags. There may not be a tomorrow if we're not reminded we're part of the problem. And this one little thing that each of us can do is a big thing if we all do it. When you bring your string bag, your recycled cloth totes, you can remind yourself that you're part of a bigger problem, and this you can at least do. Please remind yourself and your neighbors, do not repeal the ban. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nancy Singham. Nancy, if you can unmute yourself, please.
There we go. Sorry. I was going to just leave the meeting, but I was reminded that 56 years ago this evening, Martin Luther King gave his famous speech at the church in New York City where he repudiated the Vietnam War. And 55 years ago, this night, he was assassinated. So I figure, made me think about looking back on the decisions that we make and the decisions that, even a small decision, quote unquote, small decision like this one. My main point tonight is just that we're definitely in a plastic crisis in the world. We have plastic in our water, in our air, and in our blood. And the point is that we definitely cannot solve this problem by recycling for two reasons. The first one is the recycling rate for plastic bags, as you all know, is abysmal. And many of those, even if they make it to the bin at the grocery store because they can't be recycled through mainstream cycling, are contaminated in some way and don't get recycled. But even if 100% of these bags were recycled, basically what happens is they have one more life. And that life is not as a plastic bag, but as a park bench or a piece of decking. And then they revert to the same fate as they would have as a bag, which is dumped in a landfill, broken down, degraded, gone back into the air, back into the water, back into our bodies.
Thank you.
And
Your
so,
time is up.
thank you.
Our last speaker is Lorene Zunner.
Hello again, Mr. President and members of the council. I'm here to urge you to not repeal the clean and green ordinance. As many other speakers have said, this is a very important ordinance. Many people have said that people need these plastic bags. They use them again to throw, line their trash cans so they can throw out their trash. I say, why don't you use a large tortilla bag? That's what I use. It's going to be thrown in the landfill anyway. You don't need a plastic bag to do that. You can just use something like that, or to pick up their pet waste. Well, there are lots of things that you buy that are wrapped in plastic, unfortunately, that can be used just for the same purpose. You don't need this plastic bag from the grocery store to use that. It's much better to use a reusable bag to buy your shopping things with instead of a flimsy
Thank you. Your time is up.
bag that's going to be blowing around in the wind.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
Time is
you.
up.
Thank you. Your time
and
is up, Ms. Zimmer.
poisoning people and your children.
All right, thank you. All right, we're back on the override vote. I think we have, unless there are any further comments, we'll go straight to a vote on this. And this will require, again, 6 votes to override. All those in favor of the override, raise your hand and say yes. Opposed? And that passes on a 6-3 vote. All right, we'll move to our last item of business, is Mayor's veto of our floor substitute R22-2, setting city policy banning COVID-19 vaccine requirements. These are the same rules. There must be an attempt to override by a motion and a second, and then 6 votes will be required. If not, the mayor's veto stands. Is there a motion to override?
I would like to make a motion to override the mayor's veto.
There's a second from Councilor Grout, I believe. And so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Do we have anyone signed up on this? Okay. Any discussion, councilors? Seeing none, we're almost under the wire here. We'll move to a vote. And all those in favor of the override, say yes and raise your hand. Opposed?
Mr. President, that fails on a 5-4 vote. The veto stands.
5-4 vote, correct. All right, thank you. So the veto, mayor's veto stands on OC, or floor substitute R22-2. And with that, we have no further business, and this meeting is adjourned.